Tonight's program is not going to be one of those entertaining things that you listen to and it gives you the warm fuzzies. Tonight's program is meant to be a reminder. It is meant to be a confirmation of things I've said before. You will find it unsettling, and spoiler alert, it won't get any better from here. You all know that for the last decade, I was way ahead of everybody else, and I said what the numbers were. And it was usually about 5 or 6 years after I said what the numbers really were that everybody else in the so-called mainstream and corporate media eventually caught up. Almost 2 decades ago, they were saying you needed $500,000 to retire. I said, that's a lie. You need $1 million to $2 million. A decade ago, Susie Orman and other people finally conceded, no, the number is actually $2 million. And I said, actually, the number is higher than that now. I said the number was higher than the $2 million. And now, coming out of the New York Post, they are reporting that the price of the American dream has surpassed, that means exceeded, is over $5 million. Nearly 50% costlier than just 2 years ago, 24 months ago. Gen Z is cooked. Gen Z is over. Gen Z, forget about it. Forget about it. You will be the first generation, the second generation, should I say, that will have a lesser life than your no good, despicable baby boomer grandparents. They devoured all the wealth. They ate it up like the despicable locusts that they are. They have now gotten all the politicians to vote for legislation for the gerontocracy and for the sole express purposes of handing and passing on the bill to you. That the old timers will live out their lives fat on the hog, high on the hog, and when they are all safely dead, you will be dealing with the financial and economic wreckage. You will watch as all of them, all of the old decrepit seniors, are going to gobble up the assets that they won't even live long enough to utilize. They're going to gobble up the assets. They're going to gobble up the lower interest rates. They're going to gobble up the cheap money. And they are going to leave you unable to have any of the above. I'm going to read this article to you. And for those of you who are not familiar with these concepts or these things, this is a good enough chance to be a primer, and you need to listen carefully. Welcome to the land of the free and home of the bills. The price of the American dream surpassed $5 million in 2025, a staggering $600,000 more than in 2024, and nearly 50% higher than just 2 years ago, according to a new Investopedia study. The eye-watering $5,043,323 sum is the estimated total lifetime cost for typical American goals and milestones. Listen to the language there. Typical American goals and milestones, including a wedding, healthcare, retirement, raising 2 kids and paying for their college, a new car every 5 years, and owning a home. People, none, nada, zip, zero, nay, not a one of the things that they just listed is baller life. None of those things are even upper middle class life. None of those things are rich people's extravagances and splurging. These are things that you and your grandparents have photo albums filled with this kind of thing. Your grandparents have photo albums filled with this kind of thing. Some of them got married more than once. Almost 2 decades ago, I told you all, before you sit up here and listen to any cockamamie story from your so-called parents, your aunties, or anybody else there, demand to see pictures of them when they were younger. Demand to see the photo album of them when they were your age. And I promise you will see some young little jackass sitting up here driving a car and styling and profiling, wearing their, goodie to the Disco 9000 Club, and then telling you about what you can't have. You're not on your way to this. This is where you are now. $5 million. Not for anything extraordinary, not for anything extravagant. $5 million simply to have what they had. $5 million simply to have what they have. For generations. But you won't have that. I want you to read the next part here. The dream cost $4.4 million last year and just $3.4 million in 2023, the investment site found. People, this is what you call hyperinflation. What happened to World War II in Nazi Germany, the Weimar Republic, this is what you call hyperinflation. I'm not saying the Weimar Republic was post that. I'm just saying you had periods of hyperinflation. And you've seen this in various places around the world, but you had not seen it up until this point. You had not seen it in America. They spent the last 70 years of so-called peacetime telling you that everything was great and everything was grand and wonderful and that this would be the happily ever after, forever and ever. Amen. And it was a lie. Quote, what most Americans deem to be a reasonable financial milestone in their lives are becoming increasingly expensive, outpacing inflation, and are seemingly out of reach for many, report author and Investopedia's chief editor Caleb Silver told the Post. The price surge this year, in part, was due to Investopedia factoring in the estimated lifetime cost for healthcare, $414,000, which wasn't included in previous breakdowns, Silver explained. Meanwhile, the price of retirement jumped to $1,636,881, a nearly $40,000 increase from last year. And the amount needed to raise 2 kids for 18 years and put them both through 4-year universities climbed roughly the same amount to $876,000 this year, compared to $832,172 in 2024. Did y'all hear that? The amount needed to raise 2 children to the ages of 18 and put both of them through a 4-year university is now on its way to $1 million. You all remember that I've been telling you about forever when those articles came out saying that raising a child from birth to 18 costs $300,000 now. And I told you even then that that's actually understating it. People, there's a reason that you don't hear me. There's a reason why other YouTubers are afraid of me. There's a reason why your corporate media is afraid of me. Every single one of them knows about me. You all know this. After the Pearly Things debacle, you all know full well, from Pierce Morgan to all the rest of them, they're very well aware of who I am. And they're also very, very careful not to bring somebody on who can dog walk them and can school them on their own programs. They're very careful not to do that, especially if you don't know what he's going to say. And when they start saying these numbers and I start telling them that your economists and all these other people are wrong in what they're telling you, that the numbers are actually far more oppositional to you, they don't want to hear that. You see, it's very difficult to sell somebody on a, quote, high value lifestyle when that person is telling you that to be high value, you just need to make $10,000 or $12,000 or $15,000 a month. And Jason Black was saying this half a decade ago. You can rip off my ideologies and philosophies from me, but dude, you ain't got the analytical mind. you and pearly things repeating what I've said and putting a little twist on it, it's not going to work because you see, you're not updating your files. And without the ability to do that, then the information that you're giving or the statements you're giving will be immediately obsolete and false within a very short amount of time. And that is where we've been for the last 4 years. And as you can see, it continues. My millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, you better pay attention tonight. While your other ass clown YouTubers are out there talking stupid, sitting up here, the only thing they're ever concerned about is talking about their own personal sex lives or whatever, or somebody else's, and none of them stop to discuss these numbers. You see, you can go doom scrolling through Instagram through all the success porn, but I just thought you'd like to know the price of retirement has jumped to $1,636,000, and that number is not correct, people. That number is not correct. I will prove it to you again as a recap here shortly. The article goes on to say here that, in contrast, a family buying 10 new cars over 50 years will now fork over $900,346, nearly $90,000 more than last year's $811,440 estimate, thanks to pricier insurance and higher financing costs, not to mention the exploding cost of cars, period. To the young people out there today, if you think that you have the luxury of ignoring politics because it's boring, if you think you have the luxury of ignoring those things and telling yourself, well, don't worry, the older folks than me, they'll take care of it till it's my turn. Just understand, while you are shuffling your feet, they are selling out your future. And that's what these numbers tell you. They're selling out your future. Up from last year's $929,955 estimate, the cost of purchasing and financing a house now stands at $957,594 as, quote, a steady rise in home prices alongside high mortgage rates has made the dream of home ownership costlier than ever, the report said. You all remember when I did my epic program, The Wealth Killer. You all can go back through my archive. I did a program here about 2-3 years ago called The Wealth Killer. The reason why you will never be able to retire. And you also remember that there were some ignorant, inarticulate baboons who were in the comments section that day trying to tell me that I was not giving out accurate information because of, well, I mean, principle and interest. And what I'm saying is that the internet is overflowing with every ignoramus and moron who will just say any piece of stupidity. And that is the reason why you are required, if you disagree with anything I say, you are required to call up directly. You will not just simply drop stupid, ignorant things in the comments section and then walk on. You will be called out for it, and then you'll be removed if you do not. If what you're saying is accurate, you should be able to very easily and very simply call up and defend it. If, however, it is not, I want everyone to be on notice right then, right there. This guy's just lying and full of garbage. He's another idiot, doesn't know anything. Let me reiterate to all of you once again that I've had a number of people call me up, and you know that none of them have ever been able to get schooled on these things anywhere else as well as they are here. I only simply need one number. One number is all I need. I simply need to know the number, the amount of the mortgage payment that you're making every month. Since it is a 30-year mortgage, I already have the other number, 360. That's the number of months in 30 years. So I don't have to guess my way through it. I know you're paying that amount of money every month. All I have to do is multiply that by 360 because that's the number of months that you have in a 30-year mortgage. The only way to get around that is if you pay the thing off early. That's the only way around it. Yeah, but nobody does that. And especially with the average home cost today being over $400,000. Nobody's paying that off now. They need to finance it. They can't pay it off. And that's why I had people sit up here and call me up and tell me what their payment actually is. So when you all hear that they're giving you out numbers of, oh, I'm paying $2,000 a month, man, that's $720,000 after 30 years. That is not the $400,000 list price. When you get done financing it, the total you will have paid out is $720,000. That's only at $2,000 a month. If we put you at $2,500 a month, that puts you at $900,000. And so many of you are paying to have quote unquote experiences. One of the experiences you want to have is living in a gated community or in an HOA or living near a beachfront or whatever, and you cannot actually afford it. Or better yet, you will spend the majority of the rest of your existence paying off this experience. I'm not even getting into maintenance. I'm not even getting into insurance. I'm not even getting into repairs. I'm not even getting into that. I'm cutting you slack. I'm cutting you slack and just saying, hey, just leave it at this payment. I'm cutting you slack. And do you see how high in the stratosphere you are just on the price of the house itself? I'm not even counting any other mishaps or disasters. For those of you who do not know, a central air unit is going to last you roughly about 10 years. That's even if you take care of it. You might get 20 years out of it. It's very unlikely you'll get it 30 years and have the exact same central air unit. That's going to run you anywhere from $10,000 to $25,000 to replace when it's time to do that. This is long after, even if you paid the house off, this is after you've paid the house off. Time for plumbing, time for a new roof. Oh, there goes $40,000, $50,000. This is after you've paid the house off. After you've paid the house off. If you live in a place like Texas, now you have to worry about settling. The foundation settling. And where is everybody trying to move today? Florida and Texas. So there's a world of repairs that your parents either never explained to you or you didn't know this was happening. And you, even if you do jump off into home ownership, you will be responsible for this. You'll be responsible for taking care of those expenses yourself with nobody warning you that this is what's coming. Never mind adding a car onto it, just talking about the house. So when some mental midget moron attempts to come into my program and try to tell us that we need to count principal and not interest, just understand you're listening to a platinum-plated idiot who says things and doesn't know things. And that's why you've never seen any of them who are required to call up and educate us. They've never done it. They go on to say here, while, quote, the reality is that most of us won't earn anywhere close to $5 million over the course of our adult working careers, Silver said, it's important to note that everyone's dream is different. It's important to note that everyone's dream is different and has its own unique price tag. Folks, that sentence offends me. That sentence offends me. Do you understand what he really just said there? Everyone's dream is different and has its own unique price tag. What he's saying is that when you take a look at your peers or your parents, you need to dream smaller. That's what he's saying. Well, everyone's dream is different and has its own unique price tag. What he's saying is, well, if you find this to be too difficult for you to be able to achieve, you need to dream smaller. You're asking for too much. Folks are dragging on my likes tonight. They're dragging on my likes tonight because I guess you were expecting celebrity gossip or something else a bit more entertaining. No, I'm here to slap the cold, dead roadkill of reality slap across your face. Says here, and despite the hefty price tag, a survey from earlier this year found that hope in the American dream was alive and well. Of course, the carrot on the stick that they have to dangle in front of you. Otherwise, many of you would do like the Chinese and you would lay flat. You would lay flat and stop working. And they don't want you to do that. They want you to just keep on the hamster wheel. With nearly 7 in 10 U.S. adults saying they either believe they'll achieve its key milestones or already have. More Americans said their family is already living the dream or they felt it was within their reach this year compared to last year, according to the 2025 American Dream Snapshot. What this means is that they're counting the last of the baby boomers and Gen X. The baby boomers say they already got it. Gen X thinks, maybe I can get it. How about the millennials? How about Gen Z? How about Gen Alpha? I guess we'll have to ask them in a few years. How many of you feel like, oh yeah, American dream right there? 'Cause what is yours? I'm telling you that so much of it is already out of reach. So much of it is already out of reach. I posted this article here a little while ago from Parents Magazine. I posted this article. As a chilling reminder to you of a few things, folks. Do you understand something? The number of people over the age of 40 giving birth has surpassed teenage pregnancies for the first time. What? Did you get that? You have lived long enough, for those of you who are in your 40s or 50s, you've lived long enough to have heard from the so-called teen pregnancy epidemic of the 90s. Did you ever think that you would live long enough to see that middle-aged women are having more children than their teenage counterparts? The single mother epidemic has replaced the teen mother epidemic. That's the first thing. And the other thing is, most middle-aged women today, as I have said to you now for over a decade, they are attempting to compete with their daughters or even their granddaughters. So you see, whatever is the current state of activity between their legs, that's their value. And as they've gotten older, you become less relevant and less valuable. So they are trying to utilize whatever value that they have. And now they've kicked it into overdrive. They're over the age of 40 and doing more stuff than even their daughters and granddaughters on. And then you wonder why the numbers are plummeting. Let me read to you from this article. I'm skipping down a little bit here. New data from the National Center for Health Statistics proves just how much this trend has increased over the past few years. Research shows that more parents than ever are starting families well into their 40s. What the data found. Let me go ahead and get that up for you here on your screen so that you all can see that. This is what the data has found. The birth rate is declining. The first part of the study, which was released in early March, found that people are having fewer children than ever between 1990 and 2023. The number of babies born in the U.S. dropped by 14%. The data also show that this number is continuing to decline. For example, parents in the U.S. had an average of 1.66 children in both 2021 and 2022. In 2023, that average dropped to 1.62 children. I would like to take a moment here to stop for just a moment to acknowledge something. There were other people, and I'm not going to be nice about this at all, because the alarming amount of misinformation, disinformation, and outright incompetence from any boob who can flip open a camera and start a YouTube channel and just vomit out any inane, nonsensical garbage they can dream up. They were telling you all that the marriage numbers were rebounding after the pandemic. Remember that? Oh, the pandemic has been a game changer. The pandemic has reminded people of things. Why, folks are scrambling for marriage, and they're having more children. You see, the pandemic changed things. The internet is a place where people are so damn short-sighted they can't see beyond their eyelashes. But they will hurt themselves to go on YouTube and post any garbage, and they need to just tell the truth. In reality, you're a coward, and this is what you wanted to believe. You wanted to believe that the pandemic changed what we had been seeing happen for the last 3+ decades. You wanted to believe that it refuted all that, and here we are. Nope, not at all. Not all. Nope. It's going straight the way where we said it before. Any change you saw during or after the pandemic was simply an anomaly. Now back to the norm. And they're letting you know it's gone back there like a roller coaster. So all the folks who tried to talk past it before and assure you that, oh, things are turning around, yet where are they now? Don't worry, they're all going to get real quiet soon and hope that none of you bring up that they said that. And you know who you are, Red Pill. You know who you are. It matters where you get your information, people. YouTube is suppressing tonight's program. YouTube is suppressing tonight's program. They're suppressing the program, but I need all of you to understand, while they've cut their deals with Donald Trump and the presidency, they've cut it at your expense. You better be paying attention and letting other folk know about this. People are having kids later in life. Let's see. There could be many reasons for this change. There's only a couple, including the increasing costs of homes. What did I just read to you? Including the increasing costs of homes and childcare, or a growing focus among young people on travel and career. How about for the men who say that it is simply too financially risky and disastrous to start a family in this gynocentric social tyranny? How about that? That the males have just said, you know what? Yeah, the society's weaponized against us. I'm not going off into that. How about that one? You notice they never talk about that. Yes, that's too frightening and too catastrophic to consider. People are having kids later in life. The more interesting part of the data is that for the first time, the number of parents giving birth who are aged 40 and over has surpassed the number of teenagers giving birth. This is a good thing because the U.S. has been trying to lower the teen birth rate for years, and clearly we've had some success. Hell yeah, 3 decades of abortions all over the place. Abortions all over the place, sure. It also shows that older parents having babies has become a sizable demographic. Looking at statistics, the increase is striking. For instance, the report found that between 1990 and 2023, fertility rates for birthing parents aged 35 and 39 shot up 71%. And while it might once have been considered unsafe to have a baby in your 40s, the fertility rate among birthing parents aged 40 to 44 and 45 and older went up a whopping 127%. I want you all as men to understand the impression and idea that females are going to take away from this. Understand what females are going to take away from this. What they're going to take away from this is that, oh, well, look here, I can slut it up, whore it up. I don't have to just stop in my 20s. I can just skis right on through my 30s or even my early 40s. And then I will go up on some guy and tell him that we can have kids. We can have a baby. There's no reason we can't. There's no reason we can't. There's no reason we can't do that. I want the fellas to understand the impression that the females are going to take away from this. That's what they're going to take away from it. They're going to take away from it that, by the way, now we can just slut it up for real, for real. We don't have to back off a damn thing. We can slut it up for real, for real. We can just do whatever. That is the impression that the females are going to take away from this. That they can go ahead and wreck their sexual organs, and that there will be some doctor out there that's going to jump up in her 40s or even her 50s and resurrect that uterus from the dead and breathe new life into it. That's the impression that they are going to take from this. They're not going to take from this that they should spend their time more wisely. They're going to take from this that let's go ahead and whore it up. That's what they're going to take from it. Just understand what that means. So if you didn't think that that was going to be taken the wrong way, just understand that. Let me go ahead and jump back over here to the article. Why more parents are giving birth later in life. There are many reasons why parents are choosing to have babies later in life, but all of them add up to more people becoming first-time parents after 40. Advances in fertility technology. First of all, the fact that fertility care has advanced so much over the decades has meant that having babies at this age is more feasible and less of a risk to the health of the pregnant person. Okay, folks. So the people who said that, the folks who said that your geriatric pregnancies, you all can sit up here and go replay his videos all you want to. You can do that. I just thought you should know that every hoe, slut, hood rat, thought, run through baby mama, ragged out heifer at your job, size 22 through 30, is looking at articles like this. So you can sit up here and go back through the crates and play your favorite YouTuber talking about geriatric pregnancy all you want to. I just thought you should know that the delusional female sect out here, this is what they're reading. They're looking at this. And it is giving them Ciara's prayer. It's not just Ciara, they're looking at things like this. Quote, I think advances in medical care, especially around egg freezing and in vitro fertilization to create frozen embryos, has allowed some couples and individuals interested in having children to literally, quote, freeze time so they can still have an opportunity to have children later, even if it would be at a time that is traditionally challenging to conceive, explains Dallas Reed, MD and OBGYN medical geneticist and assistant professor at Tufts University School of Medicine. So do you understand that? Do you understand that? Do you get that? These are doctors. Your girlfriends and your wives are listening and saying they don't have to listen to you as a man. It doesn't matter what you say as a man. They found a doctor somewhere who is going to tell them this. There's a doctor going to say this, so she doesn't have to listen to a damn word you say. There's a medical professional, an OB-GYN, who's going to tell her this. So you see, what you say doesn't mean anything. I'm doing a nice program as a catch-up to people because maybe now that you've made it through the pandemic and some of you are a little less tender about these issues, maybe you can actually take a dose of reality for a change. When I told you that your favorite or semi-favorite YouTubers talking about women would buy a cat and die alone, when I told you that, well, there's an idle threat. There's a foolish, stupid individual if you think that's a threat. The females are already alone. They want to have children so they can give birth to a friend because you see the men can say no. Children and pets cannot. So if they can have the baby, at least it'll take away some of the loneliness. But the bottom line is, when you tell them that they're going to die a cat and die alone, they say, I like kittens. When you tell them that if they try to have a baby, it's going to be a geriatric pregnancy, she's like, there's a doctor at Tufts University. And you didn't want to hear that because the internet creates bandwagon stupid behavior. You're just another stupid person on the bandwagon. And facts don't really penetrate that concrete blockhead skull of yours. But needless to say, this is the reality right here. What I've been reading here, that's the reality of it. And I know it hurts your feelings because you're like, I'll be damned, you've been totally disarmed. Yeah, you have. You really have. Now it says here, financial constraints get in the way too. The rising cost of living and paying for childcare are another factor. Many parents, notice they didn't say married, so they're talking about single moms. Many parents want to be financially stable before starting a family. Quote, there may be more financial stability in the later 30s and 40s as people have been able to build their careers prior to having the work disruptions that come with having children, Dr. Reed notes. What real parents say about why they waited. There are other considerations that come into play for many parents. One of these is a kind of wisdom and maturity that only comes with getting older. So that sounds like garbage and nonsense here. Risk to giving birth in your 40s. There are several well-known risks to having babies after the age of 35. In fact, these pregnancies used to be referred to as geriatric pregnancies. Used to be referred to as geriatric pregnancies. No, birthing people over the age of 35 are not geriatric, but that is still terminology used by care providers. So what they're saying is they don't want you to use that phrase because that makes the females feel some kind of way. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology notes that people who give birth after 35 have an increased risk of miscarriage, stillbirth, gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, and delivering a baby with chromosomal issues or who have born small for their gestational age. C-section births are more common, as are the risks of developing blood clots. Benefits to giving birth in your 40s. Let's hear about the physical benefits there are, because I heard a bunch of physical hazards. Let's see the physical benefits. That being said, there are actually many benefits to having babies at an older age that should not be overlooked. First of all, these pregnancies are usually planned and desired.
Nigga, what?
Huh. Menopause and sexual health specialist Tammy Rowan said, which typically means better medical outcomes for patients because they are more likely to be engaged and curious about the process. So you never saw a teenage mom who had problems with that. And they're telling you that, yeah, if you're curious about the process, okay. Okay. Additionally, more life experience and healthier lifestyles contribute. What baboon thinks that it is safer for a 45-year-old to carry a child to term than a 25-year-old? What medical moron was going to say that you're in better physical condition at 45 than you are at 25? Quote, the risks of pregnancy complications and geriatric risks are higher and cannot be mitigated. Did you understand what that means, people? Did you understand that? Listen to me. Listen to me. He says, Dr. Rowan says, Tammy Rowan says, the risks of pregnancy complications and genetic risks are higher and cannot be mitigated. Do you understand that? Well, she's saying your risks are higher and there's not really a lot they can do. You can't really avoid the risks. That's the point. So they're sitting up here contradicting themselves. The risks of pregnancy complications and genetic risks are higher and cannot be mitigated. But for some people, and this is where your size 18 ex-girlfriend streaking towards 50 years old will be like, ooh, I'm the some. Some people having children at older ages may, you said that some people having children may mean they are past the age of experimentation with substances or poor health habits and may have healthier bodies and lifestyles to help maintain a healthy pregnancy and family. So in other words, she's saying if you used to do dope and smoke and eat whatever in the world was sitting in front of you on the table, well, you're in better health now than you were when you were ragging yourself out at 20. So it would be safer for you. Not that it's safe, but it's safer for you. Dr. Reed also points out that older parents tend to have healthier diet and exercise patterns. Okay, that still doesn't make them healthier than 25. Moreover, Reed notes, quote, some studies have suggested that brain health and longevity may be improved in those who have children later in life. This means that having babies after 35 may be beneficial to your long-term health and that you can still be alive and kicking when grandkids enter the picture. Not if your children wait as long as you did, you won't. These are doctors handing out this kind of hopium. Does that put this $5 million figure more in perspective? To the men listening, I want you to understand that if a female is determined that if she slutted herself out and ragged herself out in her 20s, that she is determined that she is hell-bent for leather, that she's going to get the benefits that she never deserved and couldn't get in her 20s, well, then she's going to go off and spend what should be income spent solidifying her life, and she will go and take that to go freeze some eggs. And she will tell herself, well, as long as we have abortion in the morning after pill, and most STDs, though not all, can be treated. Do you understand why the rates of STDs in Atlanta, Chicago, New York, California, Florida are skyrocketing? The article I just read to you is the reason why. And this is why males are waiting longer and longer than ever to both marry and have children. And as a result, it's driving up the cost of everything else. That's the issue. The men are holding back. The men are saying, no, this is too treacherous. A good number of the females are still feeding heavily into the dysfunction. They haven't stopped doing it yet. They haven't taken their foot off the gas yet. And these folks are out here selling you pipe dreams and things. And by the time you get there, you're going to be meeting a chick who's in her late 30s or 40s. She's already been in the workforce for 2 decades. She has racked up hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt, or God forbid, she's gone off and attempted to purchase a house on some first-time home buyer program. And here she comes to you with $600,000 or $700,000 of debt. The numbers they don't talk about, she comes to you with $600,000 or $700,000 of debt. And she is now stomping on the floor, banging on the furniture, beating on the countertops with a sledgehammer, demanding that somebody needs to marry her. Because you see, she's taken a look down the long periscope of her future and realizes there is no end in sight. There really isn't anything you can do about this. The numbers are too overwhelming. And when she realizes that she will spend the remainder of her days attempting to compensate for and retroactively make up for her lost 20s and 30s, she intends to hand you the bill. And that's why I'm telling you all today that that bill stands at a mind-boggling, brain-blowing $5 million. Now, let me go a bit further. Let's go into the numbers. Let's go into the numbers here. I want you to have a clear idea about this. Why is it $5 million? Let me go ahead and walk you all back through this again. First of all, saving up for your 401k is not going to work. It's not going to work because, as we pointed out to you before, the 401k really only works if you meet 5 criterion. You have to start young. You have to have no gaps in employment. You have to be consistent. You have to pay in the maximum amount, and you've got to pay it in over the course of 25, 30 years. So you have to remain consistent for 25, 30 years. Can't miss a payment, can't have long stretches of unemployment. You can't have that. That's the difference. So your 401k is not actually going to work. We've already covered this before. I'm talking about PBS Frontline over and over again. That there's a cutout for Xerox executives. It was never intended to be a retirement vehicle. It was not designed for it. It was never intended. It's just a corporate scheme. And the overwhelming majority of you will not be able to make a 401k take the place of an actual pension. So where does that leave you? Well, let's see. 25 years ago, this would only destroy your life if you lived in New York City or Los Angeles. But today, we have a New York City in every state of the union. As a matter of fact, we have some states that are entirely gentrified states. California is a gentrified state. Owning a home costs you over $1 million. Florida is now officially, I have called it last year and the year before that, Florida is a gentrified state. This is no longer just Miami. The entire state of Florida is a gentrified zone. The entire state of Hawaii is a gentrified zone. What? Oh, you didn't think the list would keep going. You thought you were safe. You thought when I said California years ago that you were safe. No, 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 no. As I told you, the cancer has spread and it is metastasizing, and now everyone else is fighting to catch up to see who can replicate the chaos. So it's no longer just New York State. It is New York and California and Florida and Hawaii. And coming soon, Georgia, the Carolinas. Oh, you weren't ready for that one. Oh, you thought you were immune. You thought if you weren't in a coastal state necessarily, or one of the fancy coastal states, you were safe. Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, Georgia's not really thought of as a coastal state, but it won't help you. Oh, no, no. See, you thought if it was just Atlanta, you figured as long as you were outside of Atlanta, you'd be okay. Have you noticed the freeways that they're building outside of Atlanta. Did you notice that? Have you noticed all the freeways that they're building all crisscrossing all over the Carolinas? You see, the Carolinas didn't get any of the Highway Act when it originally was done. They didn't get nothing. They're sure making up for it now, aren't they? And all the people who can't afford to be in Florida, from New York, they're all going down to the Carolinas and filling it up, as I told you that they would. And you are witnessing a gentrified state. Texas is gentrifying also. The only thing helping Texas is it's so damn big, and because it's so far away from the population median, gentrifying that damn thing is going to take decades, but Texas is on its way. Texas is on its way. Tennessee, I was the guy who broke that news a decade ago. Nobody nowhere was talking about Nashville, Tennessee, and Davidson County. I dare you, I double dare you, in the words of the Sprite commercial, I dare you, I double dare you, I defy you to go back to 2015 and find anybody anywhere who was talking about Nashville, Tennessee, and the Gulch, and Davidson County. I defy you to find anybody other than me who was ringing the alarm bell about what I saw. And oh yeah, even I wouldn't have seen it, except for the fact that my GPS navigation was malfunctioning so badly, which I suspect was due to all the concrete of the freeway. It was malfunctioning so badly that I just got off the freeway, didn't even know where I was. And while I was waiting for the navigation to catch back up again, I realized I was near downtown of some place. I didn't know where it was. And then I realized, my God, this is downtown Nashville, Tennessee. And then I counted all the tower cranes. And if it weren't for the fact that I have experience in construction, I wouldn't have known what all the tower cranes means. When I saw a dozen tower cranes, not in New York, not in LA, not in Miami, not in Atlanta, in Nashville, Tennessee, I said this place will not be the same within 24 calendar months. And ever since then, everybody and their mama has been talking about Nashville and Davidson County in the last decade. And oh yeah, by the way, one more thing. If you'll remember, when I spoke to Professor Fraser of Vanderbilt University, when Professor Fraser sat there and said that they were expecting that Davidson County's population would increase by about 100,000 people every year. You're expecting the numbers to go somewhere between 800,000 and 1 million. As I speak to you all tonight, the numbers are 729,000. 729,000. Not in New York, not in Nassau County, not in New Jersey, people. Nashville, Tennessee. And then right up the road in Chattanooga, same thing. And in Knoxville. And yes, in Memphis. Even in Memphis now. So, if you thought to yourselves that as long as you were not in one of the poster children cities, you would be safe, you have now found out the folly of your ways. Now you have a New York in every state of the union. You have some equivalent to New York in every state of the union. Have you considered that now? You have we already covered this in practically every state now. There's a city that has where the median housing cost is $1 million. In practically every state now. So you factor in that one. If you want to rent, not a whole lot different. But let's add up some other things. It is no longer enough to make $50,000 a year. You need to be making $100,000 a year if you're not going to be struggling. If you are a single man living in an efficiency apartment in a regular type of apartment, in other words, if you continue your teenage years until your senior citizen years. If you continue basically living the way you did as a teenager, then sure, go buy your Dodge Charger Scat Pack and be the old fellow and wearing FUBU clothes. And all right, there you go. There you go. So yeah, if you do that, yeah, I mean, your $50,000 will make it. Here's the problem for you. The problem is, as more females get closer to making the same amount of money, you become economically not just undesirable, you become economically repugnant. You become economically detestable. The women will actually have contempt for you. Now, there's the part you don't want to hear. You want to hear it'll be special. Yeah, for the hood rats and the hoes who are still waiting around for a Section 8 check for the one or two who can get it. But for the most of the female, for the worthwhile females, you will be economically detestable. Who told you that? Did anybody tell you that when you attempt to approach them and they see, oh, you're only making 50,000, she considers you economically detestable. You're economically revolting. She is insulted and starting to vomit in her throat a little because you're talking to her. She's offended that you're speaking to her because she realizes you have no future. Your future is to live in a world of minimalism, a world that you can see but cannot touch. And she doesn't want that. She wants to eat all the candy. She wants to play with all the toys. She wants to ride all the rides. And looking at you at $50,000 a year, that simply will not happen. So she has to make a choice between you and her dreams. And you're not capable. You're not capable. Yes, Trump wants to send the National Guard to Memphis. For those of you who have not been keeping up with the news, by the way, if you just listen to me, I'll tell you what the news is going to be a decade before it gets there. No one was talking about Tennessee in 2015 except one person, me, to the extent that I made a whole film about it. So I am the most documented person and the only documented person a decade before anybody said it. Please tell me why, if any of your other YouTubers had a scintilla of accuracy in what they do, tell me why it is that none of them have done this. Because they tell you what you want to hear. They don't tell you what you need to know. So first of all, take into account that most of you live in areas that are gentrifying to an outrageous rate, inflating to an outrageous rate, and for you to be economically competitive, you will pay more for a car than you've ever paid. You will pay more for a house than you've ever paid. And if you want to have a car and a house, in other words, a lifestyle that is more competitive than your other male counterparts, you will have to do much better than your Dodge Charger or Challenger. You're buying a Charger or Challenger. Dude, kids in high school got one of those. That does not say economically competitive. It doesn't say socially competitive. Hell, it doesn't say socially mature. So you see, the things that are the signifiers and the calling cards of the established man, you're going to pay way more for those than you ever thought possible. You're going to pay way more for that. Leon, you can be as happy as you wish to drive your Equinox. All I can say is please tell me all the females who will proudly stand next to you.
And deal with it, nigga.
You can be as proud of that statement as you wish to. Maybe he's working on his amateur comedian career. But by the way, the issue isn't whether or not you're happy with your Equinox. The issue is find the females who will proudly stand beside you. Show me all the females who are proud to stand beside you in your Equinox. I'm not dissing your Equinox, even though his track record to General Motors is not fabulous. If yours is still rolling, more power to you. But yeah, by the way, just show me the ones who are like, damn, that's the dude I need to get with. So, yeah. Okay, dude, the question doesn't change. Married men have other females walking up to them all the time. I'd like for you to stand by your Equinox and showing off your pinky marriage ring, and let me know all the females who come up to you. Better yet, go to the bar and just, when the females walk up to you and whatnot and start talking, just tell them, yeah, want to go take a ride my Equinox? Say that sentence just like that. Say that sentence just like that. Say, I want to take a ride my Equinox. So that, no disrespect at all, but that's not a flex. Just saying, it's not a flex. I know, it's ego's a little bruised. I'm gonna let him go now, but it's like, to all the other fellas out there, just understand when you scratch right below the surface. Yeah, all right. But in any case, to the fellas out there, if you're in Atlanta, dude, you know how it is now. Fellas, I mean, it is what it is. I was in Atlanta New Year's night 2021. And I'm telling you right now, dude, you're irrelevant. Where's the Escalade? Where's the Navigator? Where's the Bentley Bentayga? Where's the Range Rover? Otherwise, dude, you're like the teeny boppers. I saw a bunch of them driving up in Tahoes. Man, you're just over there somewhere. You're over there somewhere. And then you wonder why 80% of the females are clawing and scraping over each other to get to that top 10%. Because those guys get it. Those guys get it, and they're not showing up with their coping mechanisms and their equivocations and let me make an excuse for it. Them guys get it, and the females are not going to waste time with you and you don't get it. Even if she doesn't qualify. Even if she doesn't qualify. Look, in Atlanta, all you got to do is, I want everybody in here, do yourselves a favor. Just remember, I plugged the game in you. I put the game in you. Go to Lenox Mall this holiday season and then go driving through the parking garage. First, go through the valet, go where the valets are, where the Cheesecake Factory is. The doors are there for the Cheesecake Factory. Go there first. Go take a look at what they got there first. And then go up into the parking garage. And then ask yourself if you're competitive. I'm just giving you a very simple metric whereby which you may measure yourself. If you think I'm making it up or whatever, by the way, just go at the valets there where the Cheesecake Factory is at Lenox Mall. Drive around that area. Take a look at the cars they're parking. Drive around that area. Then go driving up the parking garage, the concrete parking garage around there on the side. And then you tell me if you're competitive. You tell me. Then when you get done there, take a drive over to Orlando to the Millennium Mall. Go drive around there. Tell me if you're competitive. Then go down to Miami. You can go to the mall. You can go to Brickell. Hell, you can go to the airport. What? You can go to the airport. And then tell me if you're competitive. Go there and tell me that. I can keep going here, but I think you get the point. I think you get the point. The standard has raised. The standard has been risen. And no one is really being honest with you all about what it really is. No one's being honest with you. Let's go ahead and add up the other things. We're already a couple of $1 million in deep. A couple of $1 million in deep with the house and your retirement, if you can afford it. I'm going to do you a solid and say you're not going to have any serious health issues. People, you're going to have to, let's just say that you retire, and let's just say that you are healthy for 30 years. Let's just say you're able to make it from 60 to 90. Okay. Please keep in mind, if you're still costing $100,000 a year, if it still costs you $100,000 a year to live, Please understand what that means. That's $1 million a decade. If you live for another 20 years past retirement, that's $2 million, dude. That's $2 million. And for those of you who used to be able to say, well, I'll just keep working on my car and get it fixed, have you seen how much it costs to get car parts if you can find them now? That's the one thing that's been difficult since the pandemic, if you can find the parts. If you can find it. No one told you that. No one leveled and told you. Okay. Sharpman G, I'll have you call up on Zoom when I open up the lines. We can chop it up then. Now let's talk about the other thing. Folks, if you've been working, look, I'm not holding you all to my standard. I'm not holding you to mine. Everybody's not like me. And I'm not saying that to put myself on some pedestal or to flex or whatever. What I'm saying is that, there are folks like me who are just like, man, damn retirement. I'm in it. I cannot define myself outside of competition, outside of doing my best. So retirement is a dirty word to me. Taking it easy is a dirty word to me. I'm trying to be in it. I'm trying to be in the thick of it. I'm trying to be in the middle of it. I'm trying to be relevant till the day the man come and get me. I'm trying to be relevant till the day the man throw me in the box and come get me. But a lot of you are not like that, either because you don't wish to be or maybe you won't be able to be. And I certainly hope that your health holds up. But a lot of you are going to be like, man, Jason, you're cool and everything, but I'm not trying to be like you in my 60s and 70s and still out here with my foot to the gas. I'm not going to be doing that. And I can understand that. I can understand that. That's my whole point there. But a lot of you are going to want to take off sooner than that. A lot of you are going to want to be taken off sooner than that. Aren't you? You don't want to be in your 60s and 70s and still out here with your foot to the floor. Okay, I get that. Well, if that's going to be you, what is that lifestyle going to look like? Are you really, literally, your grandparents, when they retired, they wanted to drive a Benz, they wanted to drive a Cadillac? Are you still going to tell me that your aspiration when you get to be 68 is to be driving your Dodge Charger Scat Pack?
Nigga, what?
So that's what you aspire to when you're 65 and 68. Don't worry, Jason, I'll still keep pushing my Dodge Charger Scat Pack, and yeah, that's going to be me. I'm going to be the 68-year-old dude pushing his Mustang. You don't understand how it is, Jason. That's the new G-Mobile. Did you think that over? How many 68-year-olds you see pushing they Chargers and Mustangs that you want to be like? So when it gets to that point, dude, you're going to want to be pushing a Lexus, and you're going to want the top of the line. You're going to want a Range Rover. You're going to want the top of the line. You're not going to want a car that throws you around and you're not going to be trying to toss no car around no racetrack. Nigga, you throw your hip out sitting in that thing. You're going to want a car that coddles you, and you've got decades of wear and tear. You're not looking for a car that's going to be like riding in a Sherman tank. You're going to want a car that takes care of you. You've got decades of wear and tear. It doesn't matter how well you do in life. You've got joints, you've got ligaments, and they only have a certain shelf life to them. So have you figured that in? Over the course of 20 or 30 years. I haven't added in vacations. And let's just be honest, most of you are going to want to at least try to go to a couple of those places that you read about as a kid or you've been watching while you were doom scrolling on TikTok or Instagram. You're going to be like, man, damn all this watching. I might be a good sloppy size 16. I'll just be the little old fat nigga on the airplane going to Greece or something. Okay. That's not going to be cheap, dude. It's not going to be cheap. And you're not, I'm just telling you from experience, you're not going to want to do that just once. You're not going to want to do that just once. You're going to want to do that when you go, you're going to want to go back. This is going to add up at a time in your life when you're no longer working. This is going to add up. Notice I got to chills and frills last. I didn't even make those first. I got into chills and frills last. Well, like I say, I'm not here to speak for anybody else. On the internet, people just say all kinds of things, like I say. But for me, I like females. What? I like females, so I'm not trying to go on vacation. Dude, maybe when you get older, you looking to hang out with a bunch of fellas, I'll call my dudes. And when I go someplace or whatever, if I'm chilling or something, I want some females around. I'm not trying to really kick it with a bunch of dudes like that. So maybe you see the world differently. Maybe it ain't a trip for you till the fellas show up. No diddy. Man, do what you do. Over here on this side of the game, yeah, I like females. And if I'm going to spend any downtime, I'm trying to spend it with a broad. I'm not really trying to spend it with no dudes. And I'm like, something is missing. Something is missing. 5-star resort, beautiful ocean, $200,000 car, room service, concierge service, warm breeze. No female? Well, this is a waste. You could have sent me a damn postcard. You could have sent me a damn postcard. In the chat room, HD Live. I'm so glad you said that right there. Let me go ahead and pop up the Zoom for you. Since he claims that I'm jealous of, I don't know, something. What is it? Folks just say words. It's just, here's a good word. He's just jealous. Okay. All right. Well, he's going to be calling up to go ahead and explain to everybody here, something we all didn't know. He's going to explain to folks that I'm jealous of something. There's something I'm jealous of. We're not really sure what I'm jealous about, but there's something. That sounds like a good word. Jealous. Okay. Dude, do you know what that word means? You know that word has a definition, right? Yeah. He jealous. He a hater. Okay. Bro, did you think that one over before you said it, or you just went for the first thing that hit your mind? This will be devastating. He's jealous. Yeah. Okay. All right, let me go ahead and pin this to the top of the chat room. Let me go ahead and pin that to the top of the chat. HD Live can go ahead and give us a call. He's got 2 minutes, so he can explain to everybody what we don't see here. He's gonna explain to all of you what we're missing. Yes, sir. You see, before now, we didn't realize that we were on the wrong side of these things here. And now that we've had an opportunity to have him call us up and get us straightened out, that's what we really needed. In the meantime here, I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to the Gentleman's Lounge. He gave out some memberships along with my man Logic for Emotion. Thank you very much, sir. The gift that keeps on giving. Gloria, thank you very much for your support. Tech and Peck JM. And also for Costa. Yeah, Costa can port things. I mean, if you want to pay for the privilege, you can do that. If you want to pay for the privilege, you can do that. So I hope my crackhead mod, y'all know one of my mods is on the pipe and out of rehab. So I've been trying to get her to go back, but she's reluctant. So B1 Speech goes in and out of rehab. So sometimes I got to try to get her back back up in there. She's like, ain't got no buffet. Okay, well, baby, but you got to stay. You're not well. You got to stay. So in any case here, let's go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. I don't see HD. I'm looking for him here. All right, we got iPhone up here on Zoom for us. iPhone, what's on your mind?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I'm trying to, you got to change your worldview by saying that, people won't be able to retire because.
Okay, let me find it here. Are you HD?
Nah.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. What's your name?
Rob.
All right, Rob. Okay, what do we got to change?
I'm from 313. So you got to change your worldview because real estate is archaic. Nobody's you shouldn't be buying real estate right now because you're not actually buying real estate. You're buying a mortgage, and you shouldn't be buying any vehicles now because those are depreciating assets. So the way it's supposed to go, real estate was for the baby boomers because that was an emerging asset or somewhat of an emerging asset when they were younger. Now that's burnt out. You're no longer getting a house. You're getting a mortgage. And even if you buy a house free and clear, let's say from the tax auction, you're still going to be paying expenses on that house. So the way you should look at it, the way people should look at it is, what is the emerging asset now? Everyone knows, or everyone should know what the emerging asset is now, but I don't want to say anything because I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to sell anything to your audience. But if everyone would do their research, that's how you're going to be able to retire, is getting in early. You don't have to be rich to get into an emerging asset. These homes that are worth millions of dollars now, these baby boomers, they didn't buy them for millions of dollars. They bought them for basically nothing. So it's an opportunity of a lifetime because emerging assets only come around once in a lifetime.
Okay, so can you give me an example of this alternative emerging asset that you keep alluding to?
Well, I've been saying this because I've been listening to you.
Okay, brother, just say what it is. Okay, what is the emerging asset, sir?
Crypto. I don't want to say specifically because everyone's got to do their own research. Cryptocurrency. Donald Trump.
How much would it cost to buy a Bitcoin, sir?
You don't have to buy a whole Bitcoin.
Oh,
so
really?
Let me explain this to you. Yeah, you don't have to buy a whole Bitcoin.
So
you can buy
how are you going to use it if you don't have one?
So here's the whole thing: is people get mixed up in these names, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and whatever other coin they want to call it. That's how you end up losing, because what it is crypto allows for people to store their economic energy.
I'm so glad to hear that. Will you please tell me somebody who has done that?
Well, me.
Really?
Me
to store your okay, did y'all hear that? To store your quote economic energy. I'm curious, what economics professor, course, economist can I find the phrase economic energy? That's a new one.
You never heard that?
No, sir, and neither have you outside of a multi-level marketing course. Economic energy. What is economic energy?
It's the energy that you put out to get your income.
Sir, please tell me where I can look on a website for financial management that has the phrase economic energy.
Well, here, the reason how come I said economic energy is because you're looking at it the wrong way.
So you're coining a phrase now. This isn't something that actually exists. This is something. This is not something that actually exists. This is not something that you heard from somebody who's an authority on the subject. This is something you're creating on the fly.
Not actually, but if you want to say that,
No,
you can
sir.
say
No,
that.
no. Okay.
But
Well,
what I'm alluding
tell me
to,
the authority. Tell me the person who is proven to be an authority who's agrees that there's such a thing as economic energy. That exact phrase. Tell me.
you probably got multiple screens up, so you could probably Google it right now, but I can't. You
Name,
can
just the name, or it didn't happen.
Grok.
Name, or it didn't happen.
Grok.
The
Grok.
name, say the name,
Listen,
or it didn't happen.
listen, Jason. Grok, the AI on X.
Grok is not a person. Grok is Elon Musk's scam AI. Can you
All
do
right, this is not
better?
a
Can you do
conversation, man.
better?
Have a
Can
good
you do
night,
better
man.
than that?
Have a good night. Have
Brother,
a good
hold
night,
on a
Jason.
second now,
Listen.
because if you're in Detroit, this is all very important.
Oh, yeah,
Because
it
you
is.
see,
I want to have this
there
conversation.
have been a bunch of black folk who the economics have beaten them black and blue and turned them into toothpaste. And they keep
Right.
resorting to fantasy, mystical, mystic little escape mechanisms that they just dreamt up out of their own heads. Brother, how much in cash do you have sitting in the bank right now? Because you got plenty. Your
listen,
beard
Jake,
got
zero.
hella gray hairs on
Zero.
it. So at this
I don't
point,
have- I don't put money in the bank, Jason. I got over $250,000 in investments. I see your screenshot
I have a
right
quarter
now.
of a
Like, I don't have-
million. I have a quarter of a million in investments.
Yeah, in emerging assets investments that is just like cash. Because let me tell you,
Just
this
like
is-
cash, brother. If you can't convert it to cash, it's
Jason,
worthless.
Jason, when I say you have to update your worldview, you have to, because
If you
Donald
can't
Trump
convert
literally-
it to
listen what I'm
cash,
trying to
it's
tell you,
worthless.
Jason, if you listen to what I'm trying to tell you, you have
Sir,
to educate yourself on crypto.
You
because
need to be
can, in
educated on
fact,
economics.
Jason, you can in fact switch it to money.
But
because,
you're
like
not.
I said,
But you're not. You're
I
not.
spend it every day. I spend it
No,
every
you're
day.
not. Show me where you're spending it every day. Show me. Show us.
Through a Visa debit card, wherever Visa's accepted. What are you talking about?
Oh, so show me where Visa is paying off in Bitcoin. Show me where you're paying for products and services in Bitcoin.
Bro, you got to do your own research.
Show me
Just
where
like
you're paying for
elementary,
products and
it's probably
services
people in your
every
check.
day. Show me where you're
It's
paying for
people in
products and
your
services
check.
every day in Bitcoin, or you're lying. Which one? Show me where you're doing it. You just say you're doing it. Show me. Show me where you're paying for products and services every day in cryptocurrency. Show me.
Bro, go to just Google. Have your audience.
Show
or
me.
you can
Okay,
Google.
brother, last time for the marijuana train.
How you want me to
show me.
What you want me to show you?
You just said
want me
you
to
can
my
show us.
Visa debit card. You want me to show you my Visa?
Show
debit
us,
card? Like,
show
what
us
you
the
want me to
show us the merchants you're going to every day and paying them in cryptocurrency every day.
Wherever Visa is accepted. I know you can't believe it. It sounds too good to be true because it is. It's so new.
How long you been out of prison?
I ain't never been in prison, man. What you talking about? I'm a certified residential appraiser, bro. I make damn near 20 racks a month sitting at the crib, bro. I'm trying to tell your people.
You're an
the easy way
appraiser.
out.
You're an appraiser who makes money sitting at home.
Yeah, man.
So you're an appraiser
I got a
who
whole
makes
business.
money and
I
does
run a
not
whole
go
fucking
home.
business.
I run a whole
fucking business.
$20,000 a year. That's a salary. That's not a.
That's why I
that's
got
not employees.
That's why I got grades, because I've been doing this shit for over 20 years. But I don't want to
An
get in on all that, man.
appraiser
I'm trying to
who
help
works
your
from
audience.
home. I've never heard of that.
I know you haven't, man, because you got to update your world.
I don't see how you can appraise a property sitting at home.
Because if you have people that work for you, then they go out and they can send me the information, and I sign my name and I send it off. It's all a scam. Everything in this real world is inflated.
Right.
That's the reason why you have to go to fucking crypto. That's why you have to go to crypto, because everything in the real world is inflated.
Right.
Real estate, gold, fucking stocks, everything. So you have to go.
Folks, when the economic system defeats you, this is what you revert to. Fantasy, mysticism, escapism, fiction. When this economic system defeats you, this is what you talk like. Just remember that. So thanks for giving us a call tonight. They hit the bong, they jump on the phone, and they say nonsense. They say not. You ask them questions, they can never answer it. Straightforward questions, people. If you ask me the merchants that I paid today, I can tell you the merchants that I paid today. I can name who, the stores I went to and the places. I can name them. Asked him something, he can't name it. We're talking about an economic system that runs on dollars, and then the escapist Negroes jump up talking about, let them talk, Jason, let them talk, folks. Everybody, Jason, you be cutting them off. Okay, I'll let him talk. people out here got real bills and real problems, and then niggas talking about an alternative economic system. Okay, use your alternative economic system on the first of the month. Use it then. I'm looking for HD. I don't know where HD is. HD needs to let my mods know where he is. I don't know where HD is at, so we're about to get critical with it. HD, wherever you're hiding out at, we need you to go ahead and pop up. In the meantime, I have Hassan here on Zoom, though he will not be here for very much longer. Hassan, I need you to point the camera down some, just so we can make sure we see you. The YouTube will not see you, just me. All right, Hassan, what's on your mind?
Relax. First of all, don't say I wasn't coming up, because I've been waiting.
Okay, brother, turn the light on for me. It looks like you 0 dark 30. I don't know what's going on. If the electric bill is low.
I got bad. I ain't going to kitchen for you, since you want to see my face.
Just little old me, bro. It's nothing to be worried about.
No, I got bad. You know, I don't really do all that bright nights at night shit.
Okay.
But yeah, man, nah. Let me first state, man, I've been listening to you for the last 4 or 5. I got the utmost respect for you. I respect what you do. You know what I mean? Exposing white supremacy.
Okay, well, slow down. Are you HD?
What?
Are you HD from the chat?
Yes.
Okay,
Man.
Sir,
my name.
Okay, I want to make sure, because otherwise the mods will remove you if they don't think you called in.
Yeah,
so
they block. Tell them to unblock me.
Okay, well, now that you're here, I'm telling them to, if y'all blocked him, go ahead and unblock him. He called up.
I didn't share your stuff and all that, but look, listen, not just you, but you kind of triggered me when I heard you say a dude saying he had a $20,000 Equinox. He thought it was a flex. What dude out here thinking it's a flex that, even though I looked up the Equinoxes, they look pretty decent. But who is out here thinking it's a flex to have a regular low-end car? What we flex about is the fact I ain't gotta go get a Benz like you probably did, or like somebody else probably did, to show they worth. Listen, I get it. You get your money up, you want to show you earned what you got. But dude, like you be saying, brothers gotta get their life in order. They gotta get their, trade, whatever the hell, whatever, you gotta find your passion. So until then, shit, it's like cheese on a rope with these chicks. If I can get a chick to get in my car, or 20,000 car, don't get mad because she ain't getting your $100,000 car. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, I'm getting real sick of this.
Okay, well, can I ask a question? Based on what you just said, I'd like to ask a question. Can you please tell me what type of female who will gleefully get in a car, $20,000 car with you, would not even more enthusiastically get in a $200,000 car with me?
Well, first
what,
of all,
what makes you think we both couldn't pull the same chick?
Look. All right. Because I like this classism talk, because that's what you old head niggas is doing now. Y'all trying to take this shit into classism instead of I'm whack and don't got no game, but I got money. So I already know where this is going. So, like I said, bro, if we meet that same girl in the right place, the lounge with the music popping and things is rocking, I promise you, my personality exude more than the average dude. I don't know about you, because you got the voice and all that, but the average
it helps.
Oh yeah. If I motherfucking had I got my ride out car, I got my apartment waiting on me, yeah, that chick, I can get that chick to get in my car. Now, yeah, you might get a number, but you ain't gonna get her to get in. I'm telling you not, because it's about personality. But y'all keep using that classism.
But sir,
I got money talk. Keep using that I got money talk.
Okay, but HD, here's the problem, HD, here's your problem. You can't measure personality. You're trying to imply you can. Personality is a word. It can't be measured. You can't say that your personality is twice as attractive, twice as alluring, twice as effective. So work out. Okay, tell me how you measure it. No, give me the measurement. Okay, give me the measurement. No, give me the measurement. Okay, give me the measurement. Give me the measurement.
Let's keep it real, Jason.
Okay, that is real. Sir, I've asked you a question. HD, calm down, sir. I asked you a question. I'm going to have to insist that you answer it since you brought it up. How do you measure personality. Give me the metric that I can measure, because I can measure feet and inches. I can measure income. Tell me, how do I measure personality that yours is better? What's the metric we're using?
All right, good question.
Great question.
Basically, it's all off of just me and you would have to go out and we would have to see who like who and
but
who
sir,
like you.
no. Because if you're gonna say that off the rip, then that means you can already measure it now. So on what basis have you made the measurement? And what is the measurement? 50% better, 60% better, 80% better, 25% better? How did you measure it?
I feel like
okay. Feeling is not a measurement.
I know. If we take, first of all, y'all swear y'all be sitting near y'all money all day. Y'all don't be around y'all bread. Women don't know y'all got money until you come out and say it.
Very true.
You come out and say it. So if me and you was just sitting around in a lounge somewhere where they didn't know who had who, I promise you I'd get that chick to stop.
Okay,
before you would.
Okay, the question isn't whether. Okay, the question is not whether or not you can get. Sir. Okay, HD. The question isn't whether or not you can get the attention of a female. There are bummy dudes who get the attention of females every day. The question is whether or not you get the attention of a female who's at the top of the class. That's the question.
Hell yeah, I get that bitch to get in the car. Get your ass in the car. I got somewhere to go. A lawyer, doctor, it don't matter, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay.
They just don't want to see it do nothing, bro.
HD, so I want you all to notice the fallacy he just named, and this right here. If you want to know about personality and HD, it's time for you to learn something. It's time for you to learn something. HD, calm down. It's time for you to learn something.
Don't let the windows be
HD.
They sucking dick. They sucking dick in that
HD.
What are you talking about?
HD, am I going to have to mute you because you won't stop talking? Okay, HD, calm yourself down because this is very feminine to be this triggered. Calm down. You're not a very good rep. I can't see about. Do you think, who are the females who want to be with a fella who is this triggered and temperamental and emotional?
Dealing with classism, bro.
Who's the female who wants to be with a guy this emotional? Where is she? What do female wants to be with one this emotional? Now, HD, it's time for you to be quiet and learn something. Now, folks, I want to repeat his words that he said to show you that when you don't realize what you don't know, you say things like that. When I talked about a female being at the top of the class, do you notice what he did? He said doctors, lawyers. First of all, he's making it up. But second of all, I will take it at face value. Here's the problem. A female's profession does not, quote, dictate her value. Because understand something, folks, let's go ahead and see if we can falsify this. Let's take it from the opposite direction. When a female tries to tell us her value and then starts spewing off about her job and her titles and her degrees, what do we all tell her? We all tell her that that's not what constitutes a female's value, except to a fella who needs a chick to chip in on his rent. He thinks that makes a woman valuable.
You damn right they gotta pay, bro. You damn right women gotta pay. Because I only want one thing from them. And they only want one thing from me. That's your foolish ass inviting them over to your crib, fixing them breakfast, riding them in your Mercedes. That's you doing that weirdo shit.
Well, mine are more valuable than yours. It's just, it is what it is. You're getting the pay grade you can get. Mine are more valuable than yours.
Over, bro. You keep inviting little polished chicks around your crib thinking they sweet little ladies. You sound like Coach Greg. All y'all niggas be turning to classism now, yo.
Sir, do you realize how many times you said classism? Do you think that's a flex to keep saying that? You think that's a flex?
Under the bus because you got donations for the last 5 years. So of course you can say you got money.
Sir,
of course you can say you got money.
Sir, YouTube has my channels demonetized on a regular basis. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you got a Patreon.
What in the world are you talking about?
You got a Patreon.
Sir,
you got a Patreon.
Sir, that if you think that's
and I don't be seeing none of your people.
Sir, how many do you even see me mention it?
All your mods.
I don't even okay, calm your emotional self down. I don't even mention it. You sound very, very jealous while you're lighting up your weed over there. Maybe you would be a little less triggered if you put more effort into hustle and building and less into narcissizing and self-medicating. You wouldn't be so emotional. If math,
I just got my apartment. I'm on my grind, dude. Don't worry about what I'm doing. You ain't about to sneak ask me shit either, because
you're an underachiever.
Talking about what you said. You said a dude who act like he got a $20,000 car should shut his ass up.
No, sir. No, sir. That's not what I said. I did not say that. Calm your emotional self down. I did not say that, sir. I didn't say that, so you're not going to lie on me. What I said, sir, what I said was find the, I didn't say anything about me. I said, who are the females who are going to agree with that? Show me the females who are going to stand up and agree with anything you just said here, squealing for the last 10 minutes. Who's going to agree with you? Where are the females to back you up?
Talking about, bro.
Where are the females who agree? You want to talk to the women?
I just ignore the call for a chick.
Okay, sir. Why don't you ask in the chat room? Why don't you ask in the chat room? Ask in the chat room.
You just said it.
Why don't you ask in the chat room who are the females who agree with you and will back you up? Now, if you can't find the females to confirm what you said, that's the problem. Doesn't matter what I say. I said there are no females who are going to confirm your equinox analogy. The women ain't gonna confirm you. The only person saying that is you. That's all. Just you. As he sits there and tokes on his latest bunch of ganja weed. You're the only person who says that women want that. You can't find me a single female who will confirm that what you said is correct. That she will sit up here and bypass a fella at a much higher level of competition. There are no women who are going to agree with you. And you can't find any, nor can you fabricate any. If you could, you would lead with that. But would you like to ask the chat room, sir? Would you like to ask them what they think? So where's your female confirmation? You're going to have to unmute yourself, sir. I've given you a timeout so that you can be a little less emotional.
Pardon me. But now,
where are the females to confirm that they agree with your characterization of things?
That they'll hop in an Equinox compared to a dude that got $100,000.
Yeah, you're trying to speak for them. Where are the females who agree with you?
That's the question.
Yes, sir. That's the question. And where are the females who will confirm that you're telling the truth and that they agree with you? Where are they?
Can we understand the question? You're asking me, will a chick jump in the Equinox?
No. I'm asking you where are the females who agree with you? Where are they? No, sir. Where are they?
Whether a chick will hop in a $20,000 car compared to a $100,000 car.
Show me the females. Show me the females who agree with you. Show me. Where are they?
They all up and down Lenox. They all up and down Miami Beach. They all up and down motherfucking. Well, I'm in New York, so. You know what I mean?
Dude, when you tell lies this huge.
I can go to Midtown around the white people.
There's no females in Miami ain't trying to do that. Females in New York ain't trying to do that. When you lie this big, brother, you act like nobody else here lives in these cities. When you tell lies this gargantuan.
Bro, I'm not saying if the chick's a gold digger, she ain't gonna hop out and get in your car.
I'm saying that females look for the highest quality competitive male they can, and your Equinox is not competitive.
That's that classism shit. That's that classism.
No, sir, that's called math. That's called math.
You're the highest male just because you got a $100,000 car.
No, sir. What I'm saying is that the car and the gentleman usually match.
Man. So basically, you looking to magnetize gold.
Sir, the car and the man usually match.
You're a trick. That's called a trick.
Sir, I'm saying that your car and your life most likely match.
I love you, bro, but you're
sir, your car and your life most likely match each other. When you're sitting there with the weed and everything is unkempt and not well groomed, I'm saying yes, your life and your everything else match. All of them match. All I'm saying is you're very triggered because reality hurts because it matches. When you are competitive, it shows.
They out here struggling, trying to get their life together, and you out here talking about if a dude got a $20,000 car, he shouldn't be flexing. He should be feeling like the best man he should, especially if he paid for it.
Well, that sounds like the size 18 females who say I'm pretty no matter how big I am.
You weird, dude. You weird to say that.
Okay, sir. So would you also agree with the females who are size? Would you also agree with females who are size 18 who say I'm pretty at size 18, size 20? Would you say that a female who said if you're going to say that about a man's car, then you also going to say the same thing about a female's body? That if she's a size 20, she's as pretty as a size 6.
Equinox is an average looking car.
Okay, so, but you said he's no better. But you said the guy is no better. Sir, but you said the guy, sir, I asked a simple question. Sir, I asked a simple question. If a man's car does not dictate his value or character, then tell me if a female's a size 20 and says, I'm just as pretty as the size 6.
That's hoopty. That's hoopty shit. Not driving no hoopty. I said an Equinox. 20,000, 25 average type car. Adjustable 6 or 5.
Okay, but the point is, if your car is irrelevant compared to another man, then do you also agree that a female's body is irrelevant compared to another female's body?
Bruh, you talking stupid.
Bruh. Okay, it's a simple question.
First of all, I'll deal with a size. Let me see. As long as she can keep that shit under 170. Nah, I mean, okay,
but wow, now he's changed it. So for men, your car doesn't matter. You're all equal. But for females with their bodies, oh no, you ain't all equal now. Isn't that amazing?
Not what I said, bro.
Okay, yeah, that is what you're saying right now because you're trying to change it up. So if the man's car doesn't matter whether it's 20,000 or 200, then does a woman's body matter whether it's size 6 or size 26?
Equinox ain't a size 20 car. Equinox ain't a size 20 car.
The females think it is.
That's a damn lie. Man, these dudes in Benzes be driving fat chicks around. I'll be seeing y'all. Y'all be having no bad chicks in there. Y'all be having fat chicks. Lies? Man, get the hell out of here, bro. Y'all be having some old 40-year-olds in there.
Tell me, who's the classy female that would be with a guy this loud and emotional? Who is the on point classy female who's going to have you this loud and emotional as her male representative? Who would do that?
Bro, you kicking my brother's back in, you damn right I'm gonna get emotional, bro.
Okay.
I'm the new voice for the fucking black men, nigga. You the voice for the fucking old head dude. You lie, act like you not an old nigga, but you acting like an old nigga right now, bro.
And you're acting like a feminine one. Please calm yourself down.
I'm here for my brothers. You talking about because we ain't got the money you got from begging niggas for the last 5 years that you better than us. Nigga, we don't know what you did. You put out one book, one documentary. Nigga, get your clown ass out of here. You ain't doing shit.
Well, I'm doing pretty good for a guy who's living off a documentary. I'm doing pretty good. I got a book being
published right now, nigga. You ain't doing shit.
I'm doing pretty good for a guy who's living off one documentary, apparently.
These reparation rallies. Get
brother,
out of here,
brother, you sound very triggered. You sound very triggered.
I might get killed out here. Remember you said that little scary ass shit. I don't show my face because, you know, people want to get me.
I've never said such a lie like that. Sir, that heroin-laced weed you're smoking, that meth-laced weed you're smoking is making you make up things. When you start lying like this tells these single mother-raised bastard baby boys, when they grow up, this is what they do. They lie, they make up nonsense.
People want to get at you, bro.
Sir, if anybody who wants to see me, it's not hard to see me. I was in New York last year. I was in Washington, D.C. last year in person. It's not hard to find me, dummy.
When you fighting for these reparations, bro, like
wow, that shut him down, didn't it? I have a whole video of me live in New York for several hours, live in DC for several hours, live in Atlanta for several hours. I'm not hard.
With these reparation rallies.
You know what is hard to find? You know what is hard to find here, HD? HD, here's what's hard to find for you. You and some productivity and affluence. I can't find that, and neither can you. I can't find productivity with you, not next to you. I can't. All I will say is for all the females out there, I would like to have a show of hands for all the females who this fellow has presented and comported himself and carried himself as the type of high value man that you want as your representative, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room. If he is not, give me the red X emoji in the chat room for the ladies. As you can all hear, whether or not he has presented himself and comported himself as a competent masculine figure that you would like as your male representative in the real world. If you agree, give me the thumbs up emoji. If you think he is not, give me the red X emoji. It's as simple as that. By the way, Hassan, I am curious, where are your people from? Oh, why don't you unmute yourself, sir? Where are your people from? Unmute yourself, silly. Where are your people?
Silly. Ain't nobody silly, bro.
Where are your people from?
Listen, I'm indigenous, bro. I'm half.
Where's your family originally from?
My grandma's from a farm in Pennsylvania, and my grandpa's from Chicago. My mom is from Pleasantville, New Jersey.
No, sir.
You know what I mean? But my grandma and my grandpa.
Where in the Caribbean are y'all from?
Wish you could call me that.
Where in the Caribbean? I'm taking a look at your hair, sir, with those crazy twists. That didn't even know we would do. With that twist in that beard, brother, you look just, that is Queens, New York, Caribbean.
I got bass in my voice, you dumb.
That is Queens, New York, Caribbean.
What fucking Caribbeans got bass in their voice, you clown? You sound like a clown.
Sir.
They got weak voices, dummy.
Those twists on your head, brother, no, that's straight Caribbean.
Now you want to call me that now? Now I'm a tether now. You a bitch for saying that. You a straight bitch. You ran and said I'm a tether. Get your trick ass out of here. I defeated you, nigga. You a trick. Talking about young brothers. You a hater, nigga. The bitch ass out of here.
Why don't you go light another joint?
Fuck it, I am. You a hater, nigga. Listen to my speech. Ain't no motherfucking accent in my shit, nigga. I'm talking straight to you. Stop playing with me, dude. Got the game fucked up, nigga.
You need a new lighter.
I gave you a chance. You getting into this little right wing.
You need a new lighter.
You talking about young people. You talking about young Generation Z need $5 million.
Okay, brother, puff, breathe. Puff, breathe.
You a hater, bro. $5 million. I thought it was $1 million 2 years ago.
Okay,
now it's $5 million.
Puff, breathe. Puff, breathe. So remember the sequence. Puff, breathe. You're talking too much. You're going to get lightheaded and pass out. Puff, breathe. Puff, breathe. Okay, he's taking it a little bit slower now. Good. See, that helps now, doesn't it?
Nobody need no $5 million to live.
Y'all see now he's a lot calmer. Y'all see he's a lot calmer now. See, even I know the protocol. Just puff, breathe, puff, breathe, and then you're gonna mellow out.
Yo, bro, stop fear mongering people, bro. Talking about they broke. You think you slick? It's like your fourth report doing this shit.
Fellas, this is how you sound when you are emotional and financially underachieving.
Every time you do this fucking video you did, bro.
You sound very upset about being economically uncompetitive.
But I'm rich.
I've never said I'm rich.
That shit, bro. I'm rich, but you ain't rich.
You sound jealous.
But that's what you be doing.
Why are you so jealous? Why are you so jealous?
Y'all need all this money.
Brother, tell everybody why you're so jealous. Just tell everybody why you're so jealous now.
Broke though. Y'all broke, but I got it.
Brother, why are you pocket watching and so jealous? Why does that bother you?
Nobody's pocket watching. I'm going off what you said.
Okay, but you sound very angry about it.
Y'all don't.
You sound very angry about it. Why are you so jealous, man? What's the deal with that?
What that got to do with helping FBA?
Dude,
by saying you got it, we don't.
Okay, how are you helping anybody by being a jealous hater and pocket watching? Who's that helping?
Y'all use the same talking points.
Who's that helping, man?
I explained to you my discomfort with you, bro.
So the ladies need to go find a hater is what they need to do.
I felt like you dealing with classism. I feel like you dealing with classism.
Okay, so the ladies need to go find a jealous hater.
I don't care what they think, bro. That's your problem. They're demons.
Scream louder.
I deal with a demon thing?
Who's a demon?
What the fuck is you?
Who is a demon?
My nigga, you catering, yo. Now you turned into
Who's a demon? Who are you calling a demon? Who's the demon?
Any chick worrying about my bread is a demon to me.
But you worrying about another man's bread.
She ain't worrying about my heart. She ain't worrying about my mind state. She ain't worrying about my well-being. I don't give a hell what she think I got.
How do you think your mind state reflects during this call?
I do. We two men just talking about you hating on young boys.
Okay, but how do you think your mind state reflects during this call?
Stop playing with me, bro. If I had a bunch of my young niggas right here, they'll say the same thing to your hating ass, bro.
Because they're probably underachieving too. Because if you hang around underachieving company, that's what'll happen.
You don't know who I hang around, bro. You don't know what type of dudes I hang around, bro.
Yeah, yes, I do. You hang around guys. You hang around guys who drive Equinoxes. You hang around guys who drive Equinoxes. I know exactly who you hang out with.
No, my dude, I'm in my 30s though. I still got respect for my brothers in their 20s and in their early because they was taught.
You hang around fellas who smoke weed and drive Equinoxes. That's who you hang around with.
I see you won't let me talk. I'll let you talk.
Brother, you've been talking forever.
I'm going to let you talk now so I can get my last little words because I ain't going to keep doing this. I already proved you a trick.
Sir, as long as he can't bring any females to back this up, who would do this?
I love Kevin Samuels, bro. That's why I love Kevin Samuels, bro. Y'all niggas used to hate on that boy. He the only one that used to tame these Keishas and tell them like it is. Y'all don't tell these women like it is, bro. Get out of here. Then you used to call him Ken Hill, hating on him, but then you gave him a tribute when he died. You a hater, bro.
I am consistent.
You been a hater. I just like when you talk that white supremacy stuff because, you know, we do got to know about they racist ass. Other than that, bro, I see you stop doing that relationship shit. Yeah, you better stop doing them fucking videos. You don't know nothing about these women. You're 50-something years old, bro. Stop it. You know nothing about what's going on.
Maybe if I smoke more weed and yell and scream like a girl more, maybe I would get it.
That's why you keep going to your money. Oh, what does he look like? Do he look like he's winning? Do you want to ride in my Equinox? Niggas is driving. Niggas is going down south. Getting cars, getting Mustangs, getting Chargers, getting Range Rovers. Like 40, 50 grand. What are you talking about, bro? Nobody got to get what you got just because you financed it, got the good old seat. No, we buying our shit straight cash and we ain't dealing with all that. Because at the end of the day, we in this on our own. Now, you might have found some chick or so that ready to ride for you and have your back. But my dude, it ain't going down like that unless a chick think you ready to pay 100% of the bills or give her a kid or be fleeced. So I don't care if I got to get you with a $20,000 car or get through life with a 100. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? I'm going to still keep that $20,000 car good. That $20,000 car going to be clean. That $20,000 car going to be tinted out. Because that's all they care about, long as it's tinted out so they can do nasty things in it. What are you talking about, bro? These chicks is living in their car. Think they really gonna care about what my car is?
Let them talk, Jason. Let them talk.
They're living in their, so they not living in their car? A lot of chicks ain't living in their cars nowadays. To where they gonna care about if my car is better. Like, come on, bro. You're talking materialistic stuff now. Like,
you know what? You're right. Cars are materialistic. Food is materialistic. Water is materialistic. Shelter and clothing are materialistic too.
I drink water out the spigot. I ain't materialistic about no water. What are you talking about?
Everything that it can be touched is material. Do you not know what that word means? Do you need to consult Grok for what materialistic means? Yeah, do you hear yourself right now?
Yeah, look it up.
Yes, sir. Water, food are materialistic too.
Listen, you dealing with an 80s baby right here, dog.
Oh, okay.
Please stop trying to...
Sir, it's a simple thing. You can look up materialistic. Water and food are materialistic too.
I made therapists cry, so you can play.
Did y'all see how quickly you can shut this stuff down?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Teeny boppers.
What did you ask me? I'm sorry, because you like to ask questions and never want the answer. So What did you ask me? Because I was trying to give you the answer, and you just
Cars are materialistic. Well, so is food and clothing and water and shelter. Those are materialistic too.
No,
Yes, they are.
You're not going to make a big dick. Because with worse come to worse, and you got to eat something, motherfucker, drink is piss. So no, you're not materialistic. You going to eat what the hell you got to eat. At the end of the day.
Okay, but
now,
all you did was articulate that there's levels of quality to the materialistic things in this world. Yeah, there's levels of quality to water, levels of quality to food, levels of quality to clothes, levels of quality to cars. Yes, there are levels of quality. You got to be humble, and you got to be humble enough to know, hey, I can't afford this lobster and steak. I got to eat these chicken fingers. I can't afford it, but the day you can get steak and lobster, you get steak and lobster. Sir, do you have any children?
I had one that passed.
My condolences. Is that the only child you've had?
The only child I wanted to have.
I didn't ask that, sir. I'm saying, do you have any other offspring?
Nah. I don't do my shit like that.
Any offspring
I
that you
know
don't
my
want to claim?
DNA be at. I know I keep mine at. I ain't one of them type.
Okay. We'll take his word for it. Puff, puff, pass.
Yeah, right, nigga. I ain't popping pills. I ain't doing fat dog. I ain't motherfucking doing all this extra shit niggas doing. Yeah, right. I'm gonna smoke my weed, nigga. I'm gonna drink my vodka, nigga. Because at the end of the day, I made it here on my own. Ain't no chick help me. I'm working for the city. Yeah, I mean.
Future pinch and pimp. Future pinch and pimp in training. All right, I think we've gotten enough entertainment value out of that one there. And folks, as I say there, I have no problem with you asking things, but please don't descend into trolling. It doesn't go well. I'd like to see what female on this planet is sitting back saying, damn, I need that for my male representative. I'm so glad he called up, because all I have to do is just play something like that. It's like, yeah, okay, anybody who wants to question me, that's my opposition. Those are my critics right there. That was my critics. So you can roll with me. You can roll with the critics. So you can go ahead and do that. Don't be surprised if unfortunate things occur, but yeah. All right, let's see where we were here. Oh boy, I got a bunch of folks on the line here who've piled up. So let's go ahead and see if we can run through these right quick. Orain, where are you, Orain? All right, there you go, Orain. All right, brother, what's on your mind?
All right, so you told me to call in. The mods told me just to call in. I'm the person that lives in Marina Del Rey in California.
Oh boy!
And I'm making, yeah, I know. So I don't know if you saw the chat. I'm making 117 roughly a year.
Basically, you're making living wage out there.
Yeah, I know. And
so here's the thing, brother. Y'all want to move to these places, and then you all want to move to the spot that you want to be in. Here's the issue. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay. Listen to me. You all want to go to these signature places and these signature cities. And, oh, I heard that's nice. That's real good to be able to do on Instagram when it doesn't cost you anything. You can just look at it. It's a whole different thing to try to live there. It is a whole big difference between looking at Manhattan Beach in Los Angeles and El Segundo and actually living there. You can like the postcards all you want to. That doesn't mean you can afford to live there. It looks nice. Yeah, guess what? You're not the only person who thinks so. Whole bunch of other folk think the same thing. And if those places are unavailable, they're going to go migrate somewhere that they can get in at. So you're never moving to these places. None of you are looking at the same thing in a vacuum. None of you are looking at the same thing by yourself. Whether it's a piece of real estate, a car, a job, a female, you're going to be able to, that's going to be something that you're going to have to remember that everybody else is looking to. They're all looking too. So that's going to be important. Marina Del Rey is one of those places. Y'all want to go to Los Angeles. You want to go to San Francisco. I want to be in the Bay. You want to go to Marina Del Rey. I want to go to San Diego. Okay. Did you take a look at who's there? These are not starter homes. This is not a low-income geographic neighborhood label. That's not what it is. So you all are starting out very, very young, trying to compete against people who've been working their whole lives and got a whole lot more resources than you. And they're targeting those places too. That's your competition, not other 34-year-olds just starting out with a bunch of old bastards in their 70s and 80s who are bringing their couple of $1 million in retirement money. That's your competition. Yeah, they want the same spot you're looking at too. Mm-hmm. If you have not considered that or haven't accepted it, it's going to be very, very difficult. So that's where you end up at.
So prior to moving out here, I used to live in East Hartford, Connecticut, like after I graduated university. And, you know, I lived there for like years.
And you moved all the way clean to the other side of the continent.
Yeah.
Now, what were you running from?
No job. And I didn't want to live with my parents anymore. Like in Connecticut,
I'm gonna say something that you all are not gonna like, but if nobody else is being honest with you, I am. You all need to think very carefully and plan very carefully before you move out. This is not the 1960s or 70s anymore. Back in the 60s and 70s, you could be a 16-year-old and leave home and go find a job somewhere and be straight. No college education required. With the absolute gutting and destruction of the American industrial sector and manufacturing sector, that's no longer the case. So the ability to be a person just because you've come of age, the entire rest of the economy has flown away from you. This is not the environment that your parents, your grandparents, your aunties, or your uncles were in. It is not. You have a dollar that is worth a tenth of what theirs was. A tenth. And you all are trying to behave and move as if yours is equal or better than theirs. The only thing that you all have that your parents and grandparents did not have is accessibility to information. Now that you do have. You're able to consider areas and places that they never would have dreamt of. But that's the only difference. You are way more handicapped than them as far as acquiring it. And what you're doing is you're walking off into places, and just because Marina Del Rey was new to you, you figure, well, it'll be okay because I got my eyes on it. Brother, there's no place safe. None. You all have to do what is feasible, and you have to do what is in your best interest. I did not say it's going to be the greatest look. I didn't say it's going to be the sexiest thing. Brother, they're gutting the economy all over the damn place. Your parents, when they grew up, they could go get them a job at Yale. You're from Connecticut. They could go get them a job at Yale or the hospital or whatever. You can't do that. That's why you left. You can't.
My parents and grandparents never did that. Like, my grandfather, he worked at a hotel, the Sheraton in downtown Hartford. And my grandmother never had a job. But for some reason, even being a cleaning person, he supported my grandmother. Even bought a house in Connecticut.
Okay. Let's go ahead and now, y'all. He's trying to. This is that cognitive dissonance that the young tend to have. Let me go ahead and explain this to you, young man. First of all, where are you people from originally?
Originally Jamaica.
Okay, so your people either came up from Florida or from New York.
From New York.
Yeah, I'm not guessing my way through this. I didn't ask you if they did. I told you they did. I'm not guessing my way through it, brother. I'm not. All right, let's talk about your dad. And you said your godmother? That's a little weird. Is this stepmother or who are we talking about?
So my grandparents, they're the ones that first came to the U.S. And then everybody just followed them.
Who was it who was working at the hotel?
My grandfather.
Okay, when was that?
He came to the U.S. in about 2 or 3 years before I was born. So
okay, I'm about to say, yeah, because y'all, it wasn't even legal. This is why we have to tell y'all, it wasn't even legal for y'all to come over here before we got things rectified in the 1960s. So it was the 1960s and forward. Then you have a bunch of folk who came over here and they can't figure out, by the way, if we didn't open that door to make it where it was no longer illegal, because they were just like, hey, we ain't letting no niggas over here at all. We made that possible, but a lot of you are under misconceptions about where you came to because it's very convenient. You said your granddaddy came over here with your grandmother. Okay,
Yes.
he went to work at a hotel. And you're saying she never worked.
Yeah, she never worked. her
Okay, first of
entire
all,
life.
let that be a testament to the value of the dollar that he had back in the 1970s. That's the first thing. This was also before Connecticut started blowing up. So, once again, you were in a New England state, but it wasn't really blown up like that. Third of all, you said granddad bought grandmama a house. I'm very glad to hear that. What was the square footage?
I don't know the square footage.
Okay,
but
thank you. How many bedrooms?
It was about,
3.
I'll say it's about 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, it's not about, it's 3. How many bathrooms? 1.
2 bathrooms.
What?
2 bathrooms. A downstairs bathroom with no shower, and an upstairs bathroom with a shower.
Oh boy, that northeastern thing where they have like those half baths, y'all. That's a northeastern thing. You see it in New York City in some places, that half bath thing, which is, I've seen some right off of kitchens. What? Oh, that's weird. That's just real weird. One side's the stove, the other side's the wall, there's the toilet. It's just, it's real weird, y'all. It's real weird. But in any case, so that's typical there. Most likely, not even most likely, is a wood frame house. And you're talking about one that at this point is over half a century old, at least. And was probably somebody else's home, so it was a starter home for him. So it's probably a century old at this point. How big is the lot that it's on?
I could only
Okay,
estimate
I'm pretty
because
sure it's not a
it-
huge lot if it's got neighbors on the street.
Well, he had a quarter lot. It was actually on the
Okay,
corner
how
of the
far
side.
is the nearest house from his on the left or right side?
I'd
how many
probably say maybe
feet?
10 feet.
Thank you. 10 feet.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you could not lay down 2 adults on top of each other between his house and the neighbors. So it's not a large lot. This is typical northeastern real estate. Typical. And I bring up all of that to say, yeah. And if you got married today, tell me how many females would tell you that that is their dream house in 2025.
Yeah, no one.
Do you get the point now, sir?
Yes.
That's what I mean by just a standard of living change. The house that you were just sitting here bragging, and I'm not saying that it's not great that he did that and everything, but what I'm saying is that what was good enough for your granddaddy is not good enough today anymore. What satisfied your grandmother wouldn't satisfy the female that you want to marry today. The woman that married your grandfather was happy with that, but you know for a fact the female that would want to marry you would not be happy with that today.
Well,
And
even
that's
looking back at the
so what I'm
house,
saying is
my
that that's what you have to keep in mind. Just listen and soak up the business. That's what the standard is. That's how the standard is walked away from you. If you don't understand that or don't accept it, then you're fighting against shadows. And recognize why this worked for your grandfather and will not work for you. Even if you could replicate what he did, do you realize you'd still be considered to be very far behind? Even if you replicated it down to the molecule, you'd still be behind. Socially, economically, geographically, you'd still be behind. And that's why you wanted to go to Marina Del Rey. You wanted to upgrade. Because we talked about your grandfather, we didn't even talk about your dad. That's the point I'm making. So, for a lot of you young folks here, the biggest thing that happens is you all overspending, overextending yourselves. And the time to launch is going to be longer. So I am not going to encourage or dictate to anybody to put themselves in a position where they're shouldering all these burdens. For most of you, you're going to want to stay at home until you've got things solidified and you are certain what your standing is. Otherwise, you're going to be out here treading water in environments that are now being engineered to prevent that. Nobody's building affordable housing. You can find signs for, quote, luxury housing everywhere you go. The universe is trying to tell y'all something. You all are walking out here into a meat grinder. And I understand it's not a great look and you're self-conscious about it. And that's certainly not the line you want to start off with on a date. I understand that. What I'm telling you is that the environment is not just adverse to you, it's hostile. And you all need to have a lot more financial preparation before you attempt to jump out here on your own. Simple as that. Simple as that. I do not know what took you to Marina Del Rey of all the places you could have chosen, although I have a couple of suspicions. Do you have any children?
Yeah. I do have one son. Yes.
Typical Jamaican dude. These Jamaican cats. Well, I'm telling you, that's what they do, y'all. He don't know your name, but he'll give you a baby. So
Well,
is she
yeah,
a white?
you
Is she a white
definitely.
girl?
Yeah, she's British and German.
Am I making this up, people? Jason, you don't know what's good. Jason, you don't know. Okay, the last dumb Donald who called in, by the way. Jason, you don't know what's. Okay, folks, am I asking him questions or am I telling him what his life is?
Jason, you actually spoke with me last year, I
Okay,
think
well,
in June.
what I'm saying is, by the
Yeah.
way, how's that working out for us here? You see how that's going? So the bottom line is, like I say, fellas, it's that's going to be difficult, man. You've moved to a place, and I understand there are a lot of places that have more economic opportunities, yeah, but they're a lot more expensive now than they were. And if you're trying to shoulder all this by yourself, that is going to be difficult today. You all are, unfortunately, the social environment of people liking people is worse than it's ever been. But the problem is you need to work with somebody else more than you've ever needed to. Your grandfather had a dollar that was 20 times more valuable than yours. He could carry a woman and some kids. If you woke up tomorrow and your dollar was worth 20 times what it is today, I'll be damned. You'd be a millionaire. Your grandfather had advantages you don't have. And if you're trying to swing all this by yourself in some of the most gentrified states, this is going to be extremely stressful. Very, very much so. Now, where's old girl at again? Where did you leave her at? What foreign country did you leave her ass in?
So when I first moved out to California, I lived in Burbank, and then I moved to Santa Monica, and I actually had roommates at the time. I was only paying $400 for rent because of my roommates, and then I met her in Venice, and then we moved in together in Venice. And let's
How
just
long from
say
the time you met her did you get her pregnant?
it was about probably 7 years.
6 or 7 years.
Yeah,
You were with her 6 or 7 years before she got pregnant.
yeah.
Why did we feel the need to get her pregnant if we didn't get her married?
Well, she did not want to get married because she has a lot of assets, and then she's also
She has a
older
lot
than
of
me.
what?
Assets.
She didn't want to get married to you because she's more valuable than you are.
That's what my
And
impression
she
was. She never
told you,
said that.
she told you this?
No, she did not tell me that, but I kind of
You're saying she
put
didn't
two and
verbally
two
tell you
together.
that. If you're saying that so definitively, then that means she non-verbally communicated that to you.
Yes.
So that means it wasn't just one thing that told you that. It was a number of different things you saw that indicated to you that she wanted to protect her assets and she saw you as too risky.
Yes, at the time.
Okay, at the time he asked, 6, 7 years later, that's not a he's on his way to anywhere. This is she's made the final decision. This is where you at. This is what you're going to be. I don't understand why she would want to get pregnant by you then. Because if she wants to protect her assets, getting pregnant's the opposite of doing that.
This At that point when I actually had my son with her, I just felt like a sperm donor at that point. And
And you let it
then every time
happen?
huh?
And you let it happen. All right, fellas. When's the
Yeah,
last time you saw your son?
last week.
Last week. For how long?
He stayed with me for about 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I hope that makes up for something. We'll see how it goes. By the way, what's the age difference between you and her?
She's 44 right now.
She's 44 and you're 34.
Yes.
How old's the kid?
He's 5 years old.
So you got her pregnant when she was 37, 38.
Yeah.
And you were in your late 20s.
Yes.
And you were in California and the living is easy and this was a great idea. And he found this older white chick and right before her ovaries all dry up, he says, let me help you out on that baby thing. By the way, are those her only children? Is that her only child or she has another one?
She after we broke up, she actually used in vitro fertilization.
Okay, what I'm saying is that
to
did she have
fertilize
any
her.
did she have any children or was ever pregnant before she met you?
No,
Are you sure?
positive.
How can you be positive?
She She always talked about that she didn't know if she wanted to bring a child into this world.
Okay, that's got
especially
nothing
the-
to do with you having to talk with her about have you ever been pregnant, have you ever had an abortion? And I know you never asked that. I know you've
No, I
never
never.
asked her that. I know in 6 or 7 years you never asked that woman if she ever had an abortion. I know you haven't.
No.
You also never asked her if she was sleeping with dudes older than her. You never asked that either. When females get sexually active and dudes older than them lay on top of them in their teens and 20s, by the time they hit their 30s, they flip the thing and now they're looking to sleep with folk way younger than them. And there you are. So, like I say, dude, I want y'all to let y'all know that even with what he was making, he shouldn't have any complaints. He's got complaints because there are other factors at work here.
Well, do you want to hear the reason why I'm complaining?
I mean, I already heard what it was. I mean, you've already explained it.
Well, I mean, I came out to California. I mean, going back to my grandparents' house, I actually don't think that's a flex in my grandparents' house.
I didn't say it was, but you were talking about the financial condition. I make $117,000 a year. I live in Marina Del Rey, California. And now we've fleshed out the rest of what your actual life situation is. Yeah, that $117,000 is working class. It sure is. It sure is. If you're in Marina Del Rey, you're paying anywhere from $1,800 to $3,000 a month if you're renting. You're paying somewhere in between there.
It's $3,400.
Yeah. I'm not guessing my way through it. I'm not guessing my way through it. I'm not guessing my way. So after taxes and paying to live there and stuff, it's like, yeah, this is going to be a rough ride. And he's trying to stay as close as he can because of his son, which is admirable. And I do get that. But then again, we shouldn't have to be juggling that. Y'all listen to me, especially for a lot of you cats who come from overseas or your folks come from the islands and stuff. I need y'all to get this through your heads. And y'all don't see him right now, but he's kind of built like Derek Jackson, so he works out and stuff. Y'all don't see him, but y'all know these Jamaican dudes. It's just like, okay, we'll never get the females to drop it off. That's what they specialize in. And what I'm saying is you all end up being females' boy toys. That's where the game goes bad. Because now she can sick the state on you, which is what they really want. When a female starts talking to you with contempt, young man, which is what she was doing, she obviously let it be known to you she had contempt for you. That I'm much better than you and I'm much more valuable than you, and I need to protect my assets from you. Brother, that's not a woman submitting. You figure because she like getting her toes curled and whatnot, and I'm working this Jamaican, Stella got her groove back, you find out that ain't worth nothing. She did not submit to you. She had contempt for you. And that's the difference. Now, that's the problem with getting her pregnant. Now you've got a person pregnant who has contempt for you? Did you ever consider that she kept you around so now she can punish you? Yeah, she doesn't want to. They don't want to show that dark side to the world. Now I've got you around, so I'm just going to do evil little wicked things to you that nobody else can see to get my rocks off. Yeah, he's like, yeah, that all sounds familiar. Yeah, she doesn't want to hate on everybody. Let's isolate it to one, and nobody else has to know what I do. You know, like Jeffrey Dahmer and them putting cats in the microwave. Well, nobody knows he put it in the microwave. It's just one cat. It's not like he's going around the whole block just gathering up by the herds of them. No, just this one. Nobody knows anything. Slam the door, start this thing up.
Well, before we actually had my son, I felt that exactly what you explained.
And then he still got her pregnant anyway. And I need you cats to understand here, your granddaddy was the same damn way. All them cats from Jamaica, they had families here and back there and stuff, and babies all over the damn place. And the difference is back then, it wasn't a felony. Making kids you can't take care of today, that's a felony. They'll take your driver's license. They'll take your passport. They'll put you in jail. Now, the hoes can get out here and have as many bastard kids as they want to under terrible conditions. Child support just leave right there. For you as the male, she turns your name in. All of a sudden, it's a felony if you don't do everything she wants. That wasn't what your grandfather had. That wasn't what your dad had. They could crank out litters of kids, and the state wouldn't mess with them. That's not where you at. This is where you are. Y'all got to move way different. Oh, me and her were vibing and it's good. And I looked into her eyes and figured, oh, well, what if she's pregnant? Okay, now she is. And it's like, I'll be damned. Once she got pregnant, she turned evil. She was evil before then. And these fellas out here, I don't know if it's mommy issues, whatever the case may be. I need y'all to find a chick who's got some sort of tuber ligation and to work these mommy issues. But we don't do that. Brother, if she wasn't worth marrying, she wasn't worth getting pregnant. And she's supposed to be wanting to marry you. So it's just like this. What is the strategic advantage of getting that broad pregnant? I'm like, well, where's the plus? Where's the benefit of doing that? And now I just push you behind the A ball. And now you're trying to figure out how to make it in California because you got family out there.
No, they don't live. They don't actually live out here. They live in Washington, D.C. She used to live out here with my son, and then she moved over there.
So you moved from the East Coast to the West Coast to be with her, and she's done moved from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast, and you still on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope your kid don't grow up one day looking at you as a stranger. I hope that doesn't happen. Because you're on the other side of the continent. And she's not alone. You're on the other side of the continent, and she's not alone. But you already know that. I mean, he got real quiet, y'all. Oh, Jason, I know you see all that. Yes. Okay, I don't even have to ask. I know she's already been 5 years. She's already been trying to audition your replacement. She's been trying to find somebody else to play stepdaddy. Guarantee it. Tell me I'm lying.
Well, I honestly don't really care too much about that. I just want to see my son.
Yes, I understand that. What I'm saying is that, by the way, this is the hazard of having a kid by a chick who you're now not married. You don't have no say. She's on the other side of the damn continent. Okay. I just thought there'd be another thing for you to think about there. So, yeah. DC might be better. I don't know what your profession is, but in the DC area, it just depends. Everything's expensive out there now. Arlington, Fairfax, it's just a mess.
Yeah, I'm in cybersecurity now. Like, I actually took your advice from way back from 2019. I got my set closed. I studied and got my.
You took my advice in 2019.
Yeah, it was either you or someone else.
I don't see who else. I don't see who else it could be. I'm like Jay-Z. Who but me? Who but me? Wow. Was she pregnant then?
Yeah, she was. She was just pregnant then because
he calls me. He calls y'all. He calls the doctor right for an emergency right after he gets her pregnant. Jason, what can I do, nigga? What? He calls me right after, right after he pokes a hole in the bottom of the Titanic. He goes, oh, man, this is a mess. Let me call the captain. Jason, I hit an iceberg down here. Iceberg? How big of an iceberg? Oh, a baby size one. Oh, really? How big a baby size? Oh, second trimester. Oh. You get lifeboats? What should you do, Jason? Lifeboats? That's basically my suggestion now is lifeboats.
Jason, to be very honest with you, like I'm not bragging about my situation at all, but my situation, I'm always the one pushing for having time to see my son all the time.
And I'm glad to hear that, but my real issue is that's a hell of a situation to be in, though.
Yeah, she's always playing games to making excuses that, oh, he can't see you this week, he can't see you this week, he can't see you this week. And she's always dangling him in front of me like
this is what happens when men decide to cupcake females who have contempt for you. You thought she was in a very financial position. This would be a good lick, and it's like, she got plans for you. And one of those plans is just to punish you. So right now, brother, like I say, it's going to be tough if you stay out there in California and things. It depends. I don't know if you work remotely or not. If you do, you might have other options. But if you don't, we're going to have to wait until you have more experience, I suppose, and get your weight up as far as your profession so you can get another employer or whatever, or work your way on up because, yeah, that's being in California doing what you do at $100,000. That's not little money because it isn't, but it is working class and you're a single father. So how much is your child support?
I don't have child support.
That sounds like a positive on his face, but it's not. Yeah, that's why she doesn't want you to be the custodial parent either. So that's, y'all, that's not actually a good thing what he just said. It sounds like it financially, but that's not socially, it's a bad thing. Because she doesn't want that because she wants as much control as she can get. And now she's got it. And she's probably hoping you get hit by a greyhound one of these days. But like I say, all things remaining equal, brother, I heard what you said. And it's just, I want you to call up and stuff. And it's, you know, if you have the opportunity to downsize, that'd be great. But yeah, you're just in a place that's expensive and only going to get more so. And that's really what it is. So you love it, the fun and sun, and it's, oh, it's a good look, and look at my muscles on Instagram, and I can tag myself Marina Del Rey, and that's good, you know. It makes for a good postcard and a business card, but you're just in an expensive neighborhood, and you're quite frankly, you're too young to be able to actually afford it. You can live there, but as you're calling me because you're cash strapped. Well, yeah, when you got to pay damn near $4,000 a month just for to rent, yeah, you're financially strapped. You sure are. Absolutely. It's over $40,000 a year. So yeah, a lot of your income is spoken for. And the only real answer is how to get that down. It really is. So either you're going to have to find a girlfriend that you're going to have to get with. Do not get her pregnant, dummy. And y'all two work together on it. Either that or you're going to have to go somewhere where you can get these expenses down. Because that $3,800 a month, that's a killer. That is a beast. What kind of car are you driving?
I drive a 2025 Lexus NX.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, please.
Some people are just gluttons for punishment, basically. Some people are just gluttons for punishment. It's just, well, he said, just rack me up with debt to the gills. Let me guess, you've been working for this employer for about a year.
No, I've been working for them for 6 years.
You've been working for 6 years.
Yes.
He's taking all kinds of liberties. You know I never would have approved that car. You know that. You know that if you had called me about that car, you know Jason's going to say no. But you already know that. Yeah. Okay. What's our car note? I already know what it is, but go ahead and tell everybody else what it is.
$450 a month.
Okay, so what are you leasing it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, you're putting equity into it that you will not be able to keep.
Well, with my job, I've actually been looking at different places to live, and that's why I opted for a lease.
Okay, sir, but y'all, why is that smart?
It doesn't make any sense.
No, that doesn't make any sense. That's all the more reason not to have one. You need to be making long-term plans, not stopgaps. You got issues with commitment and you do really goofy stuff and it shows in everything. So from the women to where you live to the car, folks, how you do one thing is how you do all things. Your car is a representation of your life, which is what to Dumb Donald who called in. HD, hard-headed dummy, or, you know, hilariously dusty, whichever it is. But the bottom line is, brother, yeah, that's not great. I never would have walked you into a lease. I never would have walked you into one. And you know that. So you called me once, you should have called me a second time. I wouldn't have walked you into that. Now his credit's wrapped up in it. He got a 2025, which means he's going to be sitting with that till 2028. Okay, but what if you really like the car? And what if the car actually fits your lifestyle and everything else perfectly fine? It's a lease.
It does not.
Okay, well, I'm saying that if you love the car, you got a lease, now you got to go rework that. That's the reason why y'all got to make some long-term plans. Go get you a $15,000 car that's in good shape and stop. Stop the bleeding. Stop the damn bleeding. That's the most important thing you can do right now. Stop the bleeding. You are grossly overpaying for everything. Your Lexus payment isn't exorbitant, but on a lease, we're basically throwing money out the window. People, for those of you who don't know, leases are only for two types of people. Business owners who use it for a write-off because we have to. I mean, it's better than just paying taxes on it, but business owners who only do it because it's a write-off. They rather spend it on the car than give it to the government. Or if you're a person who makes in the top 3-5%, and it's your third or fourth car, and it's something that you want, not something you need. That's the only time a lease makes sense. It doesn't make sense any other time. Ever. For anybody. It never makes sense beyond that. Your generation, as I said, buys experiences. You bought that car for the experience of it. Y'all, you got a baby for the experience of it. Well, yeah, because you all don't actually have the ability to buy any physical assets. So you're trying to satisfy that desire with experiences, including experiences that become permanent. Having a baby is not a vacation. Having a baby is a life change. I've never had a baby before. Wonder what that experience is like. Okay. So, like I say, brother, I'm scared to ask anything else. I'm sure he's been racking up credit card debt or whatever. I sniff crypto too, by the way. So it's just, I got feelings about all kinds of things. Well, yeah, what do you say? He's smiling now. Okay. I'm not going to ask him what's in that wallet. But I get the distinct aroma of cryptocurrency.
So I am wrapped up into a Vanguard brokerage account. I have a Roth IRA, a 401k.
Okay. And how much of that? And how much of that's crypto?
The crypto, I only have about $6,000 in crypto, and in my Vanguard, I have about 115.
Nigga, what?
All right, y'all. I'm not guessing my way through it. Just to show you that I'm a reliable source of information. I'm a valid source of information. I'm not guessing my way through it. Okay, well, brother, like I say, I saw your comment in the chat room, and I wanted to chop it up with you for a minute to let you know, yeah, I understand why you're saying it. My only suggestion to you will be you need to get these expenses down. We need to stop the bleeding and get these expenses down. And by down, I mean half what they currently are. You're complaining because you're overspending. You're over leveraged. And Marina Del Rey might be a great place, but brother, it's wherever you live in that Marina Del Rey is killing you financially. Because during this time when you should be able to save up money, I don't think you can save anything. I don't think you can save much of anything. I'm not gonna say you can't save anything at all, because you can, but boy, this is a onerous circumstances to be underdoing it. I will say that. So if I were you, I would be trying to cut these expenses. I can't keep repeating that enough.
Yeah.
So the rest of this year, you need to be planning what you need to do to cut the housing costs. And I really wish we could cut that car cost too. Because right now we're just throwing money after a Lexus we ain't even going to keep.
Yeah. So cutting the expenses, I 100% agree with that. Also to increasing income, because I've been looking at going to a jumping ship to a different company, just because I learned that you could actually get paid higher by just jumping ship at different companies for my profession. So I have been looking at that.
That doesn't, jumping from one job to another doesn't work out quite as well as it used to during the pandemic. However, what I will say is all of that's relative. If you're overspending, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If you don't make it your practice and your daily behavior to minimize your expenses, going from one employer to another is not going to help you. You're just going to increase your expenses again. Lifestyle inflation. You're going to figure I make more money so I can spend more money. You see the problem. So it's not enough to just say I need another job here. You better get these disciplines under control. Because you make enough money now, but you're over leveraged. You always want to make more money to keep up against inflation and rising cost of living. But none of that helps if you're just going to throw it out the back door on expenses. No, I'm too big and muscular and stylish to be driving that Chevy Equinox. Let me go get me this Lexus because of a man of my stature, of course. I can't let the ladies down. And this is what happens. And what I'm saying is you're mortgaging your 40s right now and your 30s on a car that you won't keep and an apartment you won't even be in. And 40-year-old you is going to be ready to kick 34-year-old you's ass when he takes a look at how much money y'all spent. Cut your expenses, sir. Cut your expenses. You need to spend the rest of this year planning for that. That's my only suggestion to you. Get another job. That's great. That's wonderful. If you can, that's fantastic. Cut the expenses. You're spending way too much. Way too much. Not a little. Way too much. Jason, how much? You're spending twice as much as you should be. I don't give a damn where you're living at. I don't give a damn if you're eating tuna fish and crackers. These expenses need to get cut. Because right now you don't have anything left over. And you're not going to be able to keep doing this forever. And somewhere along the line, you might want to be another female besides the one you got pregnant before. And you're just saying, okay, she's going to be looking at you whether you're an asset or a liability. And once she looks over your bills like I do, if she got half a lick of sense, she'll see, oh, these liabilities like a mug. Okay. So cut the expenses. That's all I got to say.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, he's in Marina Del Rey, and he said, man, let me go ahead and get it. Okay, I got Christian, Brother Lex. Let me see. Everybody here on Zoom, y'all just hang tight with me for a minute here. I see you there. Give me just a moment here. Brother Lex, I'm going to get you up here next. I got Christian up here on Zoom right now. Let me get Christian up here. Christian, I don't see you. Please make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned off for me here, Christian. I don't see Christian here just yet. I'll give him 5 more seconds. Christian, I don't see you just yet. Christian, I'll give you 2 more seconds. Unmute yourself, Christian. There you go.
Yes, sir.
All right, Christian. What's on your mind?
Oh, I just wanted to call up to explain Bitcoin because the brother beforehand probably didn't explain it.
Do you think that I don't understand cryptocurrency, sir?
See, Bitcoin is not crypto. Like, they're 2 different things.
Okay. Sir, are you telling us that Bitcoin is not a cryptocurrency?
It is technically.
Okay, like I say, salesman talk. Salesman talk.
And I'm just saying, it's completely different than crypto.
Okay, sir, do you think I don't understand what cryptocurrency is? Do you really think that needs to be explained?
Jake,
do you think there is anybody under the age of 40 who does not know and understand what cryptocurrency is?
A lot of people don't.
And you think that you have the super secret knowledge that the rest of them just missed?
I'm trying. They don't understand what it is, though.
Okay,
like,
first of all, before we go any further, and nigga, don't lie. Where are your people from? I see it on your head. Atlanta. So where are they from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Nigga, if you don't stop.
Creek, Indian natives. FBA to the bone.
No, sir. This is not. It's FBA to the bone, not FBA to the ball spot. No, sir, it's not that. So, no, sir, no. I need to know what West African country y'all originally come from.
No, sir.
Liberia. Where is it? Where's the spot?
Black American over here.
Okay.
No tethers.
Y'all, he's hiding from it. All right.
I don't know why you suspect that, but nah, for real. I'm Black American in Georgia.
Okay, I can't do this all night, but brother, we know what cryptocurrency is.
It's different from crypto. Anybody can create a cryptocurrency.
That's
Nobody
correct.
can create Bitcoin again.
Okay, but here's the real issue. Anyone can create a cryptocurrency. Very okay. Listen to the sentence before you start talking, sir. Anyone can create a cryptocurrency. You are correct.
Yes.
Not anyone can create value. Now, that's the critical. Okay, sir. Cryptocurrencies are speculation.
Yes, that's why.
Yes, thank you. So, and the problem is trying to convince people that a speculative, we call it an asset because even crypto. Okay, sir, you're not going to talk over the host.
I'm not going to.
Oh, okay, because you've been doing a lot. All right. The problem with this speculative asset dare we call it an asset, because when they get brought in from the SEC, they all keep claiming it's neither currency nor an asset. They're not sure what they want to call it, just whatever it is that will allow them to be able to keep putting it out there. Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger were against it, and for very, very good reasons, because you cannot actually define what gives it value. That's the problem. Now, you can speculate. You can speculate all you want to, but what you cannot do is subscribe value to it. That's the problem.
Well, it's a network of proof of work that people.
Okay, these phrases don't mean anything. Tell me the economic school or professor or class or forum you can go into and use this type of terminology: economic energy and economic forces. These sound like multi-level marketing. This doesn't sound like anybody in economics or banking or tell me the finance class or the bank that would use the phrases or terms that you used.
It's new technology. Like that's what I'm saying. It's a new form of technology.
Okay, I thought it was an alternative. I thought it was an alternative to money.
It can be.
Okay, well that's not a new tech. That's not a new technology. That's thousands of years old.
That's why it's new, because it's more than one. It's three different.
Sir, that's nonsense. It cannot be a currency and at the same time be a store of value.
It can be both.
No, sir. That's impossible. You cannot simultaneously be a currency which has a fixed value and be a store of value.
It can serve as both. It can store.
No, sir. Only somebody trying to pass a scam would try to say that it can be both. It can't.
It can be. That's the thing. Three different things, but it's a new paradigm that we're in. So you have to save.
Yeah, I want you all to understand, every Ponzi scheme since the beginning of Ponzi schemes is always a very fast talking, confident dude telling you that this is the new thing, this is the new hotness. Oh, this is something the world never saw before. And yeah, they do it. They use all these really strange, esoteric, nondescript terminology that nobody else in that field of study uses. But what they don't do is say anything straightforward that you can understand. It's all just a very flowery story. These people are very good for telling stories. They're not very good for explaining what the product is that they're trying to offer.
What do you not understand, though? It could be three different things. It could be a
exchange. Sir, what I'm saying is we all understand what it is. And what we also understand is it's a speculative asset at best. That is all.
So BlackRock is incorrect. Like they're
okay, sir. Nobody is doing business in cryptocurrency, nor is anyone working to make it a reserve currency of anything. If you went to a store, sir, if you went to a store and the prices were dictated by cryptocurrency, the store could not stay in business for 24 hours because the prices would fluctuate too much.
You're supposed to save it.
But sir, you cannot have an asset whose value is stored in cryptocurrency because its value would fluctuate too much.
That's because of the dollars losing.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for proving my point. You see, real estate doesn't. Yes. Real estate in dollars does not fluctuate like cryptocurrency. That's why it is traded in dollars and not cryptocurrency. You pay for it in dollars, not crypto. You don't assign its value to crypto because the value would be too volatile. No, anybody who went into it would get wiped out. Sir, the dollar is not volatile compared to cryptocurrency. No, it's not, sir. That's a lie. Sir, all I'm going to say here is anybody who wants to prove you right, if there were going to be a bunch of crypto millionaires within the general population, sir, listen carefully. We've been hearing this garbage now for a decade. If there were going to be, sir, you're cutting off the host again. Because you're lying. If there were going to be a large number of crypto millionaires in the world, we would have seen that develop over the course of the last decade. Right now, the only people getting rich at cryptocurrency are the people who got in on the ground floor when it started. But everybody else who's come along later is holding the bag and talking about their speculative riches from their speculative assets.
I can show you my.
Yeah, everybody claims they can show you their wallet. You know what they can't do? They can't show you the physical assets.
It is an asset.
No, sir, you can't show us anything beyond your crypto holdings. You can't show us anything tangible.
Oh, not yet. I'm waiting. I'm waiting to the end of this one run to really.
Okay. I'll let that speak for itself. I'll let that speak for itself right there. Yeah, there you go. You don't have anything tangible? Not yet. Okay. Enough said. All right, let's jump back over here on Zoom again. Brother Lex.
Yes, Brother Jason, you see me?
All right. Yes, we do, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm mobile, but I wanted to first say it's so interesting that you've been ahead of the curve with calling these predictions. I haven't caught the first hour of the program, but it's so interesting when you did the wealth killer. Then we talked about, the $3 million retirement, how that, and now it's up to 5 million. It's just insane and unprecedented how, times are rapidly changing. Now, I work in finance. I've been in a lot of meetings with multinational corps. They've had a lot of conferences this past week, and they are even expressing how, US dollar versus the euro, it's down 12% year to date. And they're struggling trying to figure out how to, maintain cash reserves in a, rapidly volatile market. So, again, so what you're saying is it's out there. And another thing that I've heard, major banks are even talking about stable coins, but with reference to the crypto conversation, the stable coin conversation is slightly separate. They're trying to figure out ways of how to implement it, but the issue now is that it removes FDIC insurance. So, if you're talking about stable coins, just know it's even more riskier than keeping your cash at a bank, because at least that's federally insured, So a lot of things going on that I think we need to really pay close attention to. And one question that I have for you, in prior conversations that you've had, the concept of at least having $100,000 in the bank, to kind of, make something happen and double your income, or start with doubling your income. Would you say that's increased? Where you stand with that?
I'm not quite understanding what you mean. You're talking about
well, like when you ask callers, like, okay, how much cash do you have in the bank? I guess my question is understanding what's a good amount to have.
At least 1 year's income.
Got it. Okay.
At least 1 year's income, which I understand can be challenging. But here's the thing, brother. The internet is a place where people sit up and just say things. They say weird, wacky, crazy stuff. What they will not say is something that they will stand by, and that they will tell you, call me back if this doesn't work out publicly. Now, I'm on this side of the microphone. I could not be who I am and say the things I say if I couldn't say those words. And after almost 2 decades, people call me back. If people could prove me wrong publicly, if my information or what I'm saying were specious or inaccurate, they'd be calling me back with their horror stories, telling me about how they followed what I said to the letter and it didn't work. That ain't happening. These other folks, they got stories for y'all about that. They got stories for you all about that, but that we don't have those stories here. And that's the real difference between us. So I don't have a lot of respect for it. I don't have any patience for it, because this stuff matters, man. This stuff matters, especially for you all. This matters. This is your futures we're talking about here. We're talking about that. And I don't play games with that. I do not play games with that.
So just to follow up with some of your previous talking points with,
before you do that, I want to show you all something here because
well, I mean,
Scott
what are the
Bessent,
Chinese going to say?
I talked about this before.
And by the way,
get
it's
this
complete
thing to
fallacy.
pause him here. There it is. Okay. Scott Bessent talked about this
flooded
before.
the system with money.
And they were talking about cryptocurrency. I mean, they were talking about the euro, because you mentioned about the euro there. And what you're in is an era of some gangsterism, is what you're in right now. This is an era of economic gangsterism. And I want to show you all on your screens right here. This is Scott Bessent talking about any would-be comers from the euro to China against the dollar as the reserve. Now, remember, Scott Bessent served under George Soros. They're the ones who broke the Bank of England. Scott Bessent was George Soros's, I don't want to say underling, but his right-hand man when they broke the Bank of England. And now the bankers run this administration, and they're like, you know what? Forget breaking England. We're going to just break the world this time. And listen to what Scott Bessent has to say, everyone. This is from a couple of months ago, but this is to show you, he's thought this through. Now, will they succeed? I'm not 1,000% certain, but listen to what he says, and you tell me if they've thought this through.
Non-convertible currency. So how are they going to be a reserve currency? They also have 1.4 billion people who want to get their money out of China. They have capital constraints on taking out money. The sine qua non for a reserve currency is that it trades freely. And I saw my friend Christine Lagarde, president of the ECB, the other day, said that maybe this is the euro's moment. But I can tell you, if the euro hits 120, Europeans are going to be squawking that it is too strong. They are an export economy. So let's see what happens. They should be careful what they wish for. Whereas in the United States, we recognize the responsibility that comes with being a reserve currency. Well, I mean, look, what are the Chinese going to say? And by the way, it's a complete fallacy. They have a non-convertible currency. So how are they going to be a reserve currency? They also have 1.4 billion people who want to get their money out of China. They have capital constraints on taking out money. The sine qua non for a reserve currency is that it trades freely. And I saw my friend Christine Lagarde, president of the ECB, the other day, said that maybe this is the euro's moment. But I can tell you, if the euro hits 120, Europeans are going to be squawking that it is too strong. They are an export economy. So let's see what happens.
You see, folks, there are people who jump online and they're going to tell you all that they know what they're talking about. And meanwhile, they're sitting on their damn YouTube or their TikTok channel. I'm talking about the guys who actually push the levers. I'm talking about the people who actually run the system. And you heard Scott Bessent say, brother, what he just explained is that most people don't even know what a reserve currency is or how it works. Even the ones who use that phrase. When he's saying that what he just explained is, well, for all you idiots out there saying that China and BRICS could do this kind of thing. He said, well, it's not going to be China because China has capital constraints. They actually have laws that prevent people from taking capital out of the country, and they've clamped them down. Furthermore, it doesn't have the internationality that ours does because they make sure that it stays domestic. So that could never be a reserve currency because the whole idea of a reserve currency is it's global. So when they talk about the petrodollar is not actually a thing. That's just another way of saying that oil is traded in dollars. Well, you can't do that with China and their currency. So that's an idle threat. And then he's talking about the euro. Well, yes, currently, technically speaking, the euro is more valuable than the dollar, technically speaking. But then again, so is the London pound. And yet neither of them are going to be the reserve currency because, like he just said, if you did do that, you're going to seriously increase the strength of your currency, which is going to drive your prices for your goods and services up tremendously. That's the problem. Well, to some clown out there who keeps talking about cryptocurrency, these are just abstract concepts they don't have to stand by. When you actually talk about real economics and the people that actually deal with this stuff, then you just realize now you're just silly. You don't actually know how it works. These guys do, and now they're jamming people up. So when you brought up about, your employers, what they're saying about the euro and whatnot, I'm like, yeah, they may be correct, but just understand this is all part of the plan. For those of you who don't know, China deliberately keeps deliberately tanks the value of its currency to keep it low. That's how they can get cheap goods to America. If China's currency suddenly became a lot more valuable, their costs over there would go up tremendously. That's the problem. So America had time to get in that position, and after World War II, to reset the global order. Trump's administration is attempting to do the same thing here now. But in the process, a lot of people are handing out boogeymen that they don't even really understand. They don't even understand what the euro is. If they do, they don't even understand how it's valued. So, like I say, it's just one of those things where you're going to hear the information. The internet is unfortunately a grand flush repository of nonsense and disinformation. It really is. It should be a place where people are smarter than ever, but this is a place where people come to get dumb.
And sorry about that. And I appreciate that. And for that context, that actually helps clarify a couple things walking out from those conversations. But if you could, I know I have a lot of noise in the background, but if you could, is it safe to say from your prior broadcast regarding the retirement, when you referenced the retirement gamble and just what folks from ages 18 to 35 should be considering when trying to save for retirement, is that now considered outdated? Now that the price of what we call the American dream has increased to 5 million, or same strategy?
What you all have to do, and it will be challenging, you are going to have to work consistently. You will have to dump all of your vices, otherwise end up like Dumb Donald calling me. You can't afford to waste a single dollar. You cannot afford to waste a single moment. You don't have that luxury. You don't have that leeway. You are far too vulnerable and in far too fragile a position. So you are going to have to be the hardest working, most diligent and consistent person that you know. You are going to have to constantly be aiming to double your income every 24 to 36 months, which means you cannot be an unskilled laborer. Your parents and grandparents could be unskilled laborers. You cannot. You can't. You can't. They've gone around up all the illegals, but they left the white men who make money off of them right where they are. So they continue to let the fox keep guard in the hen house because it's a game. You're not in the game. You're at best a pawn, but you're not really working in it. Cash is king. You all need to have as much money in savings as you can possibly get. And last but not least, you need to have a partner. You need to have a partner who is not on the bull jive. They're not silly. I'd love to tell you it'd be a female, but females tend to get stupid about money when they start sleeping with you. And there's the problem about that. So she'll mind her manners until you start sleeping with her, and then all of a sudden she can't separate business from what y'all did last night or this morning or what y'all doing right now. But in any case, so that can be tricky. But the bottom line is those are the three things I would tell you. Save up every penny you can, work your ass off to save up as much as you can, and partner with somebody so you can maximize your viability.
And lastly, I'm definitely going to hop off after this last point. The conversation of understanding AI has been a huge talking point with a lot of these financial institutions. If you're in the finance industry, or even if you're in the tech industry, AI has been a very, very big conversation or point in terms of being a skilled laborer. So I just wanted to share with the chat and the channel of what I'm hearing, this past couple of days. It's been very rapid, and just the technology of what we're seeing is moving at a fast pace. And even the head of Okay.
Right now, I need you all to understand something. Right now, a lot of people are making a lot of money, not by selling AI, but by selling speculation in AI. NVIDIA became the biggest, most valuable company on earth by selling speculation into it. And you have a lot of money, people pouring a bunch of money into it, not because even what they think it'll do is because they got it to spend. So that's really where that's going. Now, I'm not saying that AI is not real. I use it. I like using it for images. The thumbnail image y'all see on tonight's program, that's AI generated. So yes, it does have some viable options there, but a lot of people are making a lot of money by grossly overstating its value. Let me give you an idea. For one of the kingpins of that is Elon Musk. Brother, do you realize how many companies Elon Musk has told y'all he was starting in the last 10 years? How many of them are actually in business and viable today? How about the Boring Company? How about his little
I was just about to say that.
his little solar panel fraud that he sold all over New York? How about that, people? How'd the Cybertruck work out? How about the Tesla Semi? How'd that work out? Elon Musk only has two viable business ventures, Tesla and SpaceX, both of them dependent on the government. SpaceX wholly dependent on the government. But the bottom line is that's it. He didn't create rocket engines. He didn't create the Merlin engine. So all they're doing is, okay, they're not locked in some of the government constraints, but they're just using the same amount of money. There's not some revolutionary thing going on. Starlink is just satellite service, and nobody can speak for it if you ain't actually using it is the problem. So customers in America would never accept Starlink service. We've already had satellite internet service. How'd that work? How'd that work out, folks? We tried that in America, remember? Americans got a taste of satellite internet service? Forget that. DirecTV and them thought maybe it could help them avoid bankruptcy. How'd that go for them? It doesn't work. So in a third world country, yeah, you'll take it until fiber shows up. So AI, a lot of people are using it the same way. It's something that they're using, a phrase they're using to get a lot of people to start giving them money. And they're promising the moon and the sun and the stars. You know why? Because once you've given them the investment, they got it. And your money is gone. Remember that movie Margin Call?
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. And yeah, Margin Call is actually that's a good
and you would do the same. Yeah. People, you would do the same. Think about this for a few moments. Tesla was the biggest, Apple was the biggest, Nvidia, the AI thing jumps off, which really uses a lot of their GPUs. And next thing you know, they're the biggest. If you're Jensen Huang, you don't slow walk that. Remember 5 years ago when cryptocurrency blew up, who was the biggest name out there? The chick at AMD, remember? People, do you not see this? So when the cryptocurrency thing, crypto mining was the big thing, AMD was the big dog. Now you talk about AI, here comes Jensen Huang. Okay, and nobody's talking about AMD anymore. Nobody's talking about them anymore. Yeah, because the crypto wave came and passed. And now with AI, Jensen Huang is doing what he's supposed to do. Man, get them folk to drop them dollars. Get them to buy every GPU you can make for 10 times what it costs. Because you got to get it while it's out here. Because when they all realize it ain't going that far, the sales are going to stop instantaneously. Just like it did at AMD.
No, that's solid. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that AI is no good or is going to crash. I'm just saying there are a lot of people overblowing what it does and what it will do to get a buck.
Yeah.
But you all are going to find out that most of them are grossly exaggerating.
Yeah, and a lot of these companies are trying to develop their own AI in-house technology to potentially license it. So, yeah, to your point, everyone is incentivized to kind of push this narrative just so that they can, make a quick buck out of it, right? So that's an interesting perspective. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, so I'll land my plane there, Brother Jason. Thank you again for the opportunity to come on the platform. Yeah.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight. AI is going to take the place of simple things. AI is not going to take the place of creativity. It's not going to take the place of critical thinking. AI is going to allow you to get rid of certain receptionists and secretaries. Hell, they can't even get AI to work as far as an IVR. The voice prompts that when you call customer service, they can't even get, I think Apple tried it and it went disastrously. They can't even get it to do that, folks. They can't even get it to do that. Using these websites that try to use AI to answer you as the chat bot. We've all seen it and we all know it's disastrous. We've all seen it and it's disastrous. So it makes it's a nice little catchphrase people can use. It's not actually viable. Not the way they're telling you. it's not actually that way, but there's some big companies that are going to make a lot of money selling this idea before they let you know how limited it really is, and then get back to doing something different. But they're going to make as much money as they can. And I mean, think about this for a few moments. You know, Nvidia goes from being like 5th most valuable to number 1 with a bullet, $3 trillion. Your shareholders would run you out of there with pitchforks if you didn't do it. If you didn't go out and tell everybody that AI is going to take over the world so they can get their $3 trillion, your shareholders would run you out of town if you didn't do it. If they knew you had the ability to do that and you didn't go out there and go say it, and they could have they could have 10x their earnings. Are you kidding me? They beat you down with golf clubs the next time you walk through the door. So, man, you could have spiked us over Apple and, well, we hadn't confirmed it. Confirm me ass. Tell them what we're working on. Well, I mean, I'm not sure it goes that well. You know, I mean, a lot of folks are overstating it. Overstate me ass. So we mean, well, if you all looked up and your investment account for Nvidia went from 100,000 to 1 million, nobody who's seen their account go from 100,000 to 1 million is complaining about the reliability of AI and if it's overstated. Ain't nobody doing that. All right, let me see if I can get iPhone up here. Where are you? Okay, I think I see that. Okay, Timmy, is that you wearing a bonnet?
Yeah, it's time for my nap.
Okay.
Nap, sleep.
Where are you?
I'm at home.
Where's home?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you in bed?
Yeah. Well, I kind of fell asleep.
Are you alone?
Yeah.
Lie.
Okay. It's a Friday night and she claims she alone, y'all. Okay. All right. I'm not going to tell y'all what she wearing, but in any case, all right. What's on your mind?
Yeah. How you doing? So that first guy who called in, you know, he represents a large population, unfortunately.
Yeah, he does. He does. That's why I was saying, when you grow up in a generation where you're economically defeated, you end up with a lot of that guy.
Well, I thought that was more like mental illness, but because there is a lot of untreated mental illness, and for both men and females, the female is worse. Like let's get started. But I just want to ask you a particular question that I have been seeing, and I don't know why this is. I have been seeing like grown men, like 40, 50, 60, in these weird scooter bikes. I'm not sure if you have seen this before, but I don't know if that's a thing, but it's like one of those scooter bikes you see like little elementary kids little elementary kids play with. It is, I don't know what this is. It's not even like a regular bike that, you know, you ride. It's like those weird toy scooter bikes. I don't know if it's because people can't afford cars anymore, or it's just people immature. Have you been seeing this around? And I don't understand why this is a phenomenon. Maybe it's a Pennsylvania thing. Like, let me
Everybody's trying to figure out how to cope on things, and it's maximum cringe and pathetic. You don't have a car, here's an e-bike. You can't afford a house, here's a shed. We'll call it a small house. And this is what shows you a nation in decline. That is the definition of a nation in decline. And they intend to hand your generation the final bill, which is basically a bankruptcy statement.
Boy.
And that's it.
That's horrible. Another thing, I don't want to get too off topic, but I've been noticing a lot of angry white men walking around. Now, I'm not trying to poke fun or anything like that regarding the Charlie Park thing.
Okay, is that on topic for tonight?
Okay, I know, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Stay on topic, folks, here. Okay, let me see if I can get Amaruki. The Amaruki Nation. Let me see if I can get Amaruki up here. Amaruki, I don't see anybody. I'll give you 5 seconds to get a light on for me or something. Then I got to move on here. So Amaruki Nation. I don't see. There you go. All right, Amaruki Nation. And what is on your mind?
Yes, Jason, how are you doing? This is Amaruki Nation. I actually spoken to you a few months back about me and my car and me with my lady situation. You said to call back. I called back, and I'm currently working again in my software testing role. It's not full time. It's full time, but it's still a contract. So I'm still trying to work my way to get hired. But, just wanted to motivate someone out there.
Okay, yeah, because staying focused is the big thing here. I can't say it enough because it's not flashy. It's not sexy. It's not, you don't get to go on Instagram and impress people with your consistency. Hey, I showed up again today. Everybody's like, all right, nigga, everybody show up every day. But do they keep showing up for 2 or 3 years straight? So the real thing is, if you all want to know, the biggest weapon you all have right now is your consistency. If you can, and that's why I'm not a big fan of folks jumping from one job to another right now, because that demonstrates a lack of consistency. And then I begin to worry if you'll be able to stay, even if you get in the best position you could be in, are you going to just start jumping around because that's what you're used to doing? Even when you need to stay put, you just made it your habit to jump around. It's like a chick who sleeps with a bunch of dudes. Well, she just sleeping with, even when she meets the right dude, she's going to keep sleeping with other dudes because that's what she do. So that's a very good. So I'm glad to hear, you're starting to get a little more disciplined about that. That'll be the most important thing you can do. Most important thing you can do is have consistency.
Yep. So I got the job in March, and to your point about AI, I think those who will do better in AI are those that leverage it. Because at my job, I work with medical devices, test the software there, and they had some calibration to do, and calibration was an issue. And what I did, I understood what was happening, and I pretty much just leveraged AI, built a small application that helped us, calibrate the machine a lot quicker. And I just thought, I'm not a programmer.
I'm for specific applications that don't require creative thinking, cognitive skill sets, general intelligence, which everybody keeps promising AI is going to have general intelligence, and Sam Altman got made to look really, really bad, and Google got made to look really, really bad because everybody knows that's what people are waiting for, and nobody can really deliver it. So everybody keeps using it and inferring that they've done it. Well, yeah, because every time they do, they get a spike in income. They get a spike in investment. Right. So that people are out here deliberately using a phrase that they know is going to trigger people, and then it's not actually what it is. So yes, AI is going to be useful in certain situations,
right?
In certain silos of development, in certain silos of analysis. Yes, you can use AI. And to be totally honest, though, I don't think you can use it by itself, but I certainly think it makes a good tool in the hands of the right person.
Right.
It certainly will help the person. But as far as we fired all the employees and take a look at this bank of servers over here that does the work, that's not, number one, that's not what AI is. But number two, even if you were hoping it is, that's not what it's going to be able to do. That's not what it does. What it will do is help with accuracy and help with basic tasks, and where data sets are concerned in silos of operations and analyses. Yes, AI can help a person, and maybe you don't need as many people anymore, but then again, that's always been the case. But that's what it'll be. But as far as you're going to wake up one day and there's an AI program that was going to be like a human being, and you tell it what to do, and it's going to figure out what you want done today, that's not like Jarvis from Damn Me Iron Man. No, that's not going to happen.
And why would you want your whole organization to be based on something that you're not running as a company? You know what I mean?
Well, because what they tell the little pointy-headed dudes who run things, they think that they're going to be able to make this major investment or this major asset simply because it can do things that other folk can't do. And they can't really sell it to Fortune 500 companies without having a pitch. You have to have an advantage. Well,
Right.
you can't say that AI is going to save you money because AI is going to cost you money. That's the first thing. It costs a ton to get this stuff. So you can't say that one. So you can't say, so you're going to have to say it's smarter, but that's not going to work until you can show them it can do something smarter. And right now we're not there for that either. All right. Well, next you're telling them, well, it'll save money because you can cut headcount. So we can reduce the number of employees and AI will take care of that. Well, we're still waiting to see that one develop. So they can keep selling you on, we're almost there, we're almost there. Okay, you've been saying that for a minute. Instead of just being obvious, honest. Hey, this is a developing thing. We don't know how far it'll go. General intelligence probably out of the question, but it will be a tool that helps get things done more efficiently. Nobody wants to say that because if you say it like that, you'll get $1,000 of investment. If you tell them it's going to take over the world, you get $1 trillion of investment.
Right.
And I don't know how old you are, but I'm pretty sure you're old enough to have seen how many tech bubbles have come and gone with companies making all kinds of incredible. Brother, Apple put what, billions of dollars into the Vision Pro. How'd that work out?
Oh my gosh!
Did you ever think that you would wake up one day and hear that Apple could not make you a VR headset? Did you ever think that?
Well,
you would see
I
that?
kind of knew that since Steve Jobs left, but I get your point.
Well, I mean, but I'm saying that he wasn't the only smart person at the company.
Right.
So,
right.
Brother, if you're sitting on $100 billion and you can't make a damn VR headset, but you're gonna make AI, you're gonna make general intelligence. Right. You couldn't make Google Glasses work, but you're gonna make AI. You're gonna make quantum computers. You're gonna make quantum chips. Okay.
They're just really good at hype.
Yes, they're good at selling. Yes. Thank you. They're good at selling. Just raking all the money you can before people figure out we can't actually do this. Or it's going to take a lot more time and effort than we're telling you. So you're grossly exaggerating how simple this will be or how effective it will be. Nobody wants to tell you this is going to be a 20-year slog. They're all telling you we're going to get this done in 12 months.
And that discourages people from applying for jobs merely because of that assessment of the future. It's not even real yet.
Yeah, it's a lot of hype men, and the guys at the top are making money for themselves. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Sam Altman. Oh, they're making hundreds of millions for themselves. Yeah. And when you really think about it, that's the real goal. And you've been watching things long enough here. You've seen what's happened to Tesla's valuation. Remember Hindenburg and a bunch of other folks there, the guy who, the Big Short, all of them were saying that Tesla is grossly overvalued and due for a major correction. How can a company that just started and makes $200,000 cars a year be more valuable than GM and Ford put together? That's not possible. It's grossly inflated. Elon's been doing everything he can to prevent the day of reckoning from coming. And you've seen all the crazy ideas he's thrown out there. All of this is to keep your eyes off what's really happening and keep the day of reckoning from coming. Because without Tesla's gross overvaluation, it doesn't work. Well, guess what? Larry Ellison just passed Elon by purchasing Paramount. So going into debt made him more valuable than Elon. For a little while there, Bernard Arnault was. What I'm saying is that these guys, to keep the roof from caving in, they'll say anything. They will say anything. And don't tell me a damn thing about Grok when we can sit here and show you Grok's errors in real time. So it's about making money, man. It's about making money. And if you got a good sales pitch, and it'll be a year before people figure out that what you said a year ago wasn't right. And guess what? By then you'll have a new pitch. Oh, we got a whole new product. Trust me, you really need this one. And you've seen it happen over and over. Brother, the only thing Apple's got today is an iPhone. I dare you to show me anything they got besides an iPhone. Tell me one innovation they've made since the iPad. Name one. Name even one. This should give you alarm bells to everybody. They tried the Vision Pro and it didn't work. People, it's time to abandon ship. If Steve Jobs is the only one who can get things done and he's dead, it's time to abandon ship. I mean, if you really believe that, if you really believe that Tim Cook is not going to innovate anything else, if Steve Jobs was the only visionary who could make something new and he's dead, people, it's time to leave.
And if AI was that powerful, why don't they just try to recreate Steve Jobs? You see? So
yeah, I mean, it's
at least the way he thinks.
Those are things that you can't quantify, though, unfortunately.
Exactly.
You can't quantify. You damn sure can't program it. So AI can mimic things that are already known. is human intelligence is about improvisation and alliteration and a bit of irrationality, which is the creativity. And a machine you can't code that. You can't code for that kind of thing. You can code for analysis. You can't code for creativity and improvisation. You can't code for that. You can get a wacky talking computer that sits up here and what was it Grok that was calling people racial epithets and putting out Nazi stuff and stuff? Okay, well that's what'll happen. Yeah, if you try it, that'll occur. You end up with Charlie Kirk. But like I say, it's just one of those things where no, a lot of folk are going to make a lot of money by inflating and swearing up and down that they got this incredible thing. They're going to grab all the cash off the table as quickly as they can before anybody figures out they've grossly exaggerated what they could do.
But that's what happened with Bitcoin. I mean, it started small, went up, then crashed badly. A lot of people lost money, went back up again. Oh my gosh, it was the worst roller coaster ever. And only the people who knew, who pretty much were in the know, made money.
It's the same as it's always been. You can't name for me a single cryptocurrency where the only millionaires are the people who started at the beginning, the person who started the coin, or a few of the people who got in at the beginning. Those are the only ones. Yep. Everybody after that, ain't no millionaire stories to tell. You can't name a single one. There's millionaire stories to tell after that. Either you got in when it first started, just like the guys who started it, and if you missed that, oh, it's done. And here's the other issue: is take a look how many crypto coins have failed. The list of failures is gigantic. If this stuff were really valuable and viable, you wouldn't be seeing that. You wouldn't see that. I can show you all these currencies on Earth. You can't show me cryptocurrency that does the same thing.
Yeah.
So, like I say, a lot of folks are going to try to get rich quick, and it's just going to be a bunch of people losing a lot of money. Well, brother, I'm glad you checked in with me here. By all means, please give me a call back in a few months. I want to hear how things are going.
Likewise. I mean, yes, I will. Not likewise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, check back with me and let me know how things are going. I know some folks not going to hear that. Some folks are not going to want to hear that. They're going to hear everything's great. And they talk to me and find out, wait a minute, it's not, it's okay. But these folks are selling it. Well, if they can make money off of it, you would be too. All right, we got Trey here on Zoom. Trey, go ahead and unmute yourself. What's on your mind?
What's going on, brother JB? You all right?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
On my mind is, I think Gen Z is cooked because the millennials were cooked. As a mid millennial, born '89, it definitely feels like raising what are now Gen Zs. It's wild out here, man. And I have a union job. I work hard every day. My wife works hard every day, we do our best to try to provide for everybody, but it just seems like, is America cooked? It seems to maybe be a different question. I mean, are we cooked?
That is a very viable question to be asked. That's a very viable question to be asked because we've never known a time that we were $37 trillion in debt. We have never known a time where our manufacturing sector was completely gutted and sent overseas. We've never known a time that we had a surveillance state. We've never known a time that the currency was this low in value. So all of our brighter days were before now.
Well, see, now you kind of sound like a "Make America Great Again" because through my lifetime,
how did you come to that conclusion from what I just said?
Because jobs started going overseas right around the civil rights time when they started taking factories over to smaller, we'll say brown countries, but where they started taking things out of America. So in that fact, it's been playing out for decades now. In all actuality, it seems like that we've been on a maybe a slow decline.
Okay, nigga, you need to make your cell phone great again.
Like we're on the business this time, right? Say it again. I apologize.
Well,
am I cutting out?
Here's the thing here. I still don't understand what's that got to do with Make America Great Again. I don't understand that.
Well, because you're saying that we're in fallen times at this point, so that there was a point that we were better than we were now, which I do agree on, that we've done better, it seemed like, but it seems like we just keep on replacing everything that is American with something that's not American, or what we've grown up to know as American values, just kind of slipping away. And I think that's the problem with the Gen Z, is that it's become such a global option as opposed
I would
to
not be of the mind to make America great again. I would be of the mind to make America great, period. Which is right, which is right now what is missing. So let me explain to you again here. Maybe this will make a little more sense. America from the 20th century, we didn't have an industrialized world. So we entered a new age. 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, 19th century, we were still an agrarian economy. 20th century begins the industrial economy. The difference is there were no other industrialized nations outside of Europe. By the time we get halfway through the 20th century, America has advanced. We saw what happened in Nazi Germany. A lot of work was done to put together an education system, a highway system that was meant to keep pace with that, because that was the result of warfare. Neil deGrasse Tyson has talked about this, that a lot of our technological advances are as a result of a warfare agenda. So whether it's NASA or whatever, it was Cold Wars or Hot Wars that really prompted us to do a lot of that. And then once those adversaries were gone, you see our innovation and whatnot fall off. Well, there's many reasons for that. And that's really oversimplifying it, because we didn't lose all of it. But what did happen was America became rich. And then you had a bunch of people who were not part of any genetic legacies or aristocracies take advantage of it. All of the first generation founders are gone. General Motors, Ford, the guys who had to get it out the mud, they're gone. Now it's a century later, and these things have been passed down to people who weren't there in the beginning. They weren't there with the second or third generation. And all they're doing is trying to figure out how they can cake as much of it off the top as they can. To complicate matters even further, everyone who starts a new enterprise is trying to figure out how they can get to that position as quickly as they can.
Yeah.
So they're no longer willing to wait 100 years to sell the company out. They want to just build up the company big enough so that, okay, well, just listen for a few moments.
I apologize.
They want to get the company big enough so we can get bought out by one of the legacy people.
Yeah.
That's the point there, not what you were saying. Everybody wants to make a startup today. I was in telecommunications. One of the big things about that is there were a bunch of people who were starting regional cell phone companies, not because they ever thought they were going to challenge AT&T, but specifically because they wanted to get big enough. AT&T's customers would leave them, or Verizon's customers would leave them. And when we were there, the corporation had a term for it. It was called buying back our customers. So they literally had a subsidy of a budget. Once a company got to a certain size, they would make them an offer and buy them. And all the customers who had left either AT&T or Verizon or whoever and gone to them, you're back at AT&T all over again. Well, that was the plan. So companies like, Centennial and US Unwired, they wanted to get big enough so that they could be made a multi-billion-dollar offer. And that was it. So do you realize how long it takes for a company to get to that kind of point over the 20th century? Today, they can get to that point within 5 or 10 years. So what I'm saying is that rather than them saying, no, we don't want to be bought out, we want to be the best telecom ever, people are starting companies and making you their customers so they can sell out, which is what they saw the bigger legacy companies do. This makes things highly difficult, because you're the people going to work for them or being their employees or being their customers, not realizing that this is a different agenda. You say you work at a union job. Here's the thing about union jobs. Union jobs ostensibly are supposed to be for employers who are not going to sell out and not relocate. Those are the 2 mile markers of it, which is why, and you're not, to be totally honest, and you're not supposed to be a union member unless you're a skilled laborer. We got a bunch of unions out there now that are not skilled laborers. Housekeeping is not a skilled labor. Sorry, folks. Being a valet is not a skilled labor. Being an Amazon employee is not being a skilled laborer. So you have no leverage at Amazon or in housekeeping, because that's not a skilled labor. It really isn't. Working in an automotive plant really isn't either, but you've got unions that don't realize they don't have any leverage. And that's not the way that was either. When the labor union started in America, otherwise to keep foreign black slaves from taking over, remember Samuel Gompers made that a requirement. Samuel Gompers, when they started what would be the AFL-CIO, it was required that you had to be a skilled laborer because he was like, we don't have any leverage with the employers if we're not skilled. You're too easily replaced. Skilled labor, that takes years to learn your level of expertise. But if that's not you, you can be easily replaced in an afternoon or in a month. A skilled laborer that takes years to learn his craft, oh, no. The company won't survive that. Not if you all leave. The company won't survive that. You're too difficult to replace. And that's not what you have today. You've all been sold on an idea that your grandparents didn't have to live under, or they weren't a misconception that they weren't operating under. That's the real issue. So when you talk about offshoring and outsourcing, yes, that's been an issue, but here's the reason why it's a real issue. Take a look at transistors and semiconductors, computer chips. So the biggest foundry has become Taiwan. Never mind the fact that computer chips were created in America. Semiconductors were made in America. Never mind that. Well, we allowed American corporations to offshore that intellectual property and technology somewhere else. The government should have never allowed that. No. That never should have been allowed to occur. And now we're going to pay them to bring it back? I would have all of them in jail. But the bottom line is those are things that were not happening before. That wasn't happening. And it would be different if it happened over the course of a century, but it didn't. It actually happened over the course of 20 years. Because when you say that we started offshoring in the 60s, give me an example of what we were offshoring in the 60s.
I would actually go further than that to when we were in our world wars, to where we have these companies that you mentioned, GM, even the Ford, who are doing plants, but then we have them going off to these third world countries, and they're like, oh, hey, we have a rubber mill. Guess what? A lot of bad stuff's going on over there, but we can pay them pennies on the dollar.
Right. But what I'm saying though is that what operations did GM offshore in the 60s?
I apologize for saying the 60s. Okay, so I guess I'm misconflating.
Now you're you're actually not wrong. You're actually not incorrect, but it's not the way you all think about it. The decline of the American automotive industry did start roughly about 20 years after the end of World War II. So by the time we get to the 60s, we start seeing that. And that's why you saw economic declines in places like Detroit, for example. But the beginning was starting by shutting down the plants. And there's a number of different reasons for that. I will say that your generation, particularly millennials, it didn't start going bad for you. It started going bad for me and mine in Gen X. Yes. We're the ones who...
It definitely, y'all's generation, I mean, you guys
were the last...
epidemic, y'all war on
drugs. Well, I mean, yeah, but I'm talking about, but socioeconomically, we were the last desperate hangers-on to the old order. The vestiges of the old order. So the old union jobs, the old telecommunications jobs, the old manufacturing jobs, we were the last ones that had even a tenuous grasp on the last desperate dregs that were remaining. You all don't have any of those. You don't have any of that at all. I mean, they have an automotive plant in Georgia, and they brought over hundreds of Koreans. Think about that for a few moments. It's a Hyundai plant in Georgia, but they brought over hundreds of
DEI.
Well, not
even
affirmative
action, but DEI.
Not even Mexicans, but they brought over a bunch of Koreans.
Well, no. When I think of DEI, I think of it's anything affirmative action.
Okay, well, nobody's talking about DEI.
I'm just saying, that's what they make it seem.
Brother, stop talking for a few moments. I need you to just listen, okay? Just listen. It's his wife. Can she get a word in edgewise here? I need you to listen here. Just pay attention. This is important. You got conceptions about things, but you also have misconceptions about things. And it's very difficult to fight something or plot for the future when you're not even sure what's actually occurred. Ronald, people are going to use names like Reagan, and yeah, that is true. Reagan supercharged offshoring. They also supercharged downsizing. So now, in addition to just sending jobs overseas, they also wanted to ratchet up, quote unquote, American productivity and to squeeze and strangle every single drop of productivity out of the worker. So giving you a pace of work that you could actually maintain. That went out the window. We didn't hear about carpal tunnel syndrome till you get to the 90s. Now, how is it that America was making cars for a century, but carpal tunnel wasn't a thing until the 90s? That's because they weren't doing in the 90s what they were doing back at the turn of the century. Back then, you had one job, but it was more simplistic. Now we put you in positions that isolate the work as much as possible or drill down on you as much as possible. People who work at Amazon warehouses, those places are marvels of wringing efficiency out of people and working them to the bone. For those of you who don't know, at Amazon warehouses, they have computers. There's a test that they do when they first hire you. And they have computers where they time how long it takes for you to box things up and process orders. And for those of you who don't know, it's a trap because they're going to time you because they figure you don't know. If you're going to be sitting there trying to get things done as quickly as you can. And they're going to come back and say, this is fantastic. Wow, this is great. You packed up 100 packages in 10 minutes. And we are going to expect you to do 105 packages every 10 minutes. But you will get written up if you do 90. Because you see, when we hired you, we watched you and we timed you. You were doing 100 packages every 10 minutes. So that's going to be the baseline for you to keep your job. Because you've already demonstrated you can do that. For those of you who don't know, that's how it works at the Amazon warehouses. That's how it works there. And that is called squeezing and strangling every drop of efficiency out of you. Never mind if the air conditioning doesn't work. Never mind if it's a 20,000 square foot facility. Don't worry about any of that. Bathroom breaks are for losers. Lunchroom breaks are for real losers and quitters. So that is something that did not exist before. So I can't say make that great again because this is some mutated monster that didn't exist previously. This is something new and horrific. And Amazon is a perfect example. Jeff Bezos was a trader. He came from the Wall Street world. This wasn't a warehouse worker. He wasn't a warehouse worker. And yet he runs the biggest warehouse working business on the planet. He's a multi-gazillionaire. His employees will never be. And everybody is trying to, whether they work at a corporation or whether they start one, they're all trying to replicate that. I'm going to have billions and you all are going to eat walnuts and everything's cool. That didn't exist before. That didn't exist. You all are in a whole different world now. That monster I just described didn't exist until the last 20, 30 years. Since you've been alive. It didn't exist before then. It was never heard of. Hell, the CEOs who got scandalous amounts of money, man, we measure that in a couple of million a year. Not a billion. Certainly not 50 billion a year. That was just, we're talking about these are, you can buy countries for that. This is higher than the GDPs of whole countries. One man? And what I'm saying is, do you realize how the values have changed? Do you realize how the principles have changed to allow something like that to exist? And then they're not even old men. Mark Zuckerberg's not an old man. Now, the young as they can be. Silicon Valley is full of young dudes, young white dudes who want to be the next Bezos by hook or by crook. And that's an environment you did not have to exist under. Now that I've explained all of that, there was a great guy on YouTube. I forget his name off the top of my head. He's a British fellow. He used to be involved. He was a trader. He used to be involved in scamming. He no longer is. But he said that the problem with the rich is that once they get all the money and stuff, and they've bought everything they could ever want, there's nothing else for them to buy. And now they just buy up all the assets. Because they can. You don't need an island. Who the hell needs an island? He's buying it because he can. He's already got all the cars he can. Well, might as well go buy an island. And that's what they do. Once again, this is a monster you never saw exist. Well, if we can do that, why don't we just go buy up all the real estate? When I was a kid, the idea of buying up all the real estate, that's science fiction. Today, it's fact. This is a whole different world with a gigantic list of challenges and monsters that didn't even exist. You can buy up all the real estate? What the hell is that? Gentrified states? What the hell is that? And now here it is. So for your generation, the biggest, most important thing you all can do is not have your blinders on. You are going to have to look at everything and think about everything radically differently. And you are going to have to be fearless when people start lying to you. They are going to tell you that you need to protect the billionaires because protecting the billionaires is protecting you. And they're going to come up with all kinds of slick ways of trying to say it and whatnot. I'm going to tell you about what you're going to lose if you don't protect the billionaires. Well, there's only one problem with that. We've seen over the last 5 decades that protecting the billionaires does nothing to protect you. When he's ready to cut bait, he's going to cut bait and you'll be gone. So protecting him has never protected you. And it won't do it in the future. As a matter of fact, you all would do a whole lot better if you got rid of the billionaires. And that would do in the society what it's done on the internet. We don't have a few cable television channels anymore. Now we've got thousands of YouTube channels. And you know what? It's better than it's ever been. It's better to have 1,000 YouTube channels where we can get a sizable audience than to have a few mega channels where they just silo information and you get whatever is the propaganda of the day. And everybody gets carpet bombed with that. This is better. It'd be better to get rid of all the Amazons and all the Walmarts and go back to a bunch of mom and pop stores. That would work. See, that's what happens when you get rid of the billionaires. That right there. They're going to try to convince you that it'll be desolation and wilderness, and that's a lie. And one other thing that didn't exist when I was a kid and before you were born, we didn't have newscasters who were completely paid off by the oligarchs. We didn't have that either. Walter Cronkite and Edward R. Murrow were not owned by billionaires. They weren't owned by them. Today, everybody on CNN and Fox and ABC, they're owned by these people. These people own them. And every word they say has to be filtered through them. Ain't that right, Jimmy Kimmel? Jimmy Kimmel's show has been, I'm not going to say it's been canceled because they say it's been suspended, but they took Jimmy Kimmel off the air. You know why? Because Disney allegedly wants to make a deal to buy yet another streamer. So let me get this straight. The biggest media company on earth, which already makes gazillions of dollars a year with their theme parks and their movies and their merchandising, they're kissing Trump's ass not to stay in business, not to keep their heads above water. The company is making gobs of money per day. They're making gargantuan amounts of money already. No, they're doing it so they can make even more. Wow, we got a bigger deal. We want to make another merger. So you're not doing this to stay in business. You're doing this so you can close another deal? Yeah. But you're already making hundreds of billions a year. Yeah. But now we'll make another 10 billion on top of that. You make hundreds of billions of dollars a year now, and you're throwing him under the bus and kissing Trump's ass so you can make yet another deal so you can make a few $1 billion more. People, this is a psychosis. No, we don't need that. In a perfect world, we would shut all that down. They've already got too much control. Disney, Fox, all these folk already need to be broken up. They've already got too much control. And that's why they want them to have that much, because now they can dictate to you and people have silly arguments about silly things. But for the millennials and Gen Z, I need you all to understand, yeah, you want to know how it happened so that number one, you can dismantle it. And number two, you don't allow it to come up again. You can try calling back in, brother, but I want you all to understand what really happened so that it doesn't rise up again. Yeah, there's been offshoring. Sure, there has been. But there was also the gross exploitation to make sure we cranked as much productivity out of you until your bones cracked. Until you started having nervous breakdowns. No matter what job you were doing, it's always about piling on as much work as we can. If you work at a call center, you have more calls. If you work in the chat, you got to handle 10 at the same time. If you work at the warehouse, you have to pack up 2 boxes at once. Everything is about, ripping as much out of you as we can get. So that Jeff Bezos can take his plastic wench, his plastic mistress wench, and go buy her an obscenely large diamond on his mega yacht that must be bigger than Elon Musk's. That's why they killed you at that warehouse. The Amazon workers who've died in the heat at their warehouses, you can look that one up. Yeah, that's why you had to die. Yeah, you Amazon drivers, yeah, that's why you have to die. That's why you can't take a bathroom break. You have to do that so Jeff Bezos' plastic Joker-looking bimbo, so that he can go and buy her a diamond and a super yacht. That's the reason you have to die. That right there. Okay, Denard, I'm not really sure what you mean there. Denard, what are you talking about? Might have to get Denard to call in here for a moment. Might have to get Denard to call in here in a moment. What are you talking about, Denard? We need to find out here, brother. Can you feel me? Let's get some clarity. Okay, let me jump back over here on Zoom, see if I can get Brother Elijah up here. Brother Elijah on Zoom, what's on your mind? Unmute yourself. Nigga, you're on. Elijah, talk, damn it.
Brother?
Yes, you're on.
Hey, what's going on, Black man?
Okay, Elijah, you playing on the phone.
No. I'm sorry about that. I'm in the train station. Pardon me. Hey, big brother. Reader's Digest for you and other brothers and sisters waiting to get online. After listening to tonight's broadcast, let me just please G-check me or correct me at any given moment. From what I'm hearing, if the devil, just to play devil's advocate, if they wanted to give us reparations right now, okay, let's just say that. From what tonight's broadcast, what you're saying, that won't be enough for them. Right on that.
No, it will be. It will be, but it would be, but I need you to understand there are also some systemic issues as well.
Yes, sir.
I would love to tell you that it's simply a matter of how much money you had in savings, but we have a corrupted, mutated economic system that's allowed a bunch of things that never should be allowed. For example, you should not be, once again, another thing that did not exist 20 years ago.
Yes,
you
sir.
were not competing against Wall Street firms to buy real estate.
Yes,
you
sir.
were not competing against investment firms and BlackRock and Zillow to buy real estate as for a single family home. You had the local real estate company. You might have some 21st century real estate company, but you were not competing against Wall Street to buy a house, a single family home. That simply didn't exist.
Right.
Those people should not be allowed. They should not be allowed in the domain of single family homes. If they want to go build all those beachfront condos and mega tall skyscrapers, that's where they belong. These are commercial investors. They need to be in commercial real estate. They do not need to be in the private sector. You all are going to have to start insisting that that be the law where you are. But you're going to have to work for it in a way which previous generations didn't. The previous generation sold y'all out.
Right.
They
Yes,
sold
sir.
you all out. They got their little pensions. They all pinching, pimping today on the Tom Jordan Morning Cruise and paying for OnlyFans because that's the only thing they can do since they can't sexually operate anymore. And that's what they're going to live out their last days doing, is making
Yes, sir.
some little 22-year-old thought on Instagram rich. And that because those are her customers. You all are going to have to get dead ass serious and about not just changing your economics, but changing the law.
Yes, sir.
These other folks are dictating things to you. You all have to get active. No ifs, ands, or buts, you must. And it can't be just me. Because these are your futures here. These folk have sold it out. They've already sold it down the river. And they're trying to figure out what else you got that they didn't think of yet, that they can sell off. They're actively looking to see whatever else you got they can go sell from under you.
Big brother, then that leads to the next question real fast. With all these politicians, whether they're in New York, DC, California, they're too far out of our reach. And I don't know, will it
Not
be
really.
Oh, okay. Please keep going, big brother. Yes,
No, I
sir.
mean, because I've been up there to New York. Remember, I've been shaking and moving up there. So what I'm saying
Yes,
is
sir.
that the problem is too many of you all you're not organized. You're not active. I'm one guy out of Louisiana, man.
Yes, sir.
Listen to me. Here's the problem, brother. When I put out, ironically enough, when I put out my film Gentrified,
Yes, sir.
I was at the screening in Atlanta. For those of you who didn't know, and yes, I was there. And I saw when the film let out, because I'm the one who told them to shut it down because that jackass woman sitting up there telling folk that she was going to be telling y'all about real estate, and then she talking about y'all can join her at her meeting the next week after that. I told them, yeah, pull her ass out of there. Yes, I'm talking about you, ma'am. But when everybody was filing out, I heard these two fellas walking out and they were talking, and I heard one say, man, it's a really good film, but I wish he would have talked about, it was some other part of town he was referring to. And I'm like, okay, but I don't even live there.
Yes, sir.
And that's my point. You have a radio DJ in every major city in this country who will talk to y'all about the rappers and this, that, and the other. Where the hell is your local person here to talk about what's happening to you all? Where's your talk radio person to rally you all locally? I'm from Louisiana. I'm not really qualified to speak on the ground level for New York. I mean, yeah, I'm not the dumbest person about New York, but come on, man. How much do I not know simply because I don't live there? Who is the voice of the people in New York? Who's the voice of the people in Detroit? Who's the Jason Black of Atlanta? Who's the Jason Black of DC? Who's the Jason Black of Oakland? That's what you all need, and y'all rally there. Y'all need somebody who's on the ground there and doing that. And the political parties will prop some puppet up. Gary Chambers, I'm talking about you, nigga. They'll do that, but they're not talking in your interests. So y'all got Charlemagne and y'all got, Funk Master Flex. Okay, but who's talking about these real issues here? They're not saying anything. Oh, I'm sorry, they get paid by them folk. So what you're really missing is in where you all live. Y'all need to be having these conversations there. There needs to be somebody there who's in the media or whatever there having these discussions. And just like I'm having it, not for 30 minutes, y'all need to have 2 or 3 hours so that you have a steady drumbeat of this. And
Yes,
then
sir.
you get organized. It makes it a lot easier to organize. But if you all are waiting on me to have to come up there and organize, and I'm like, oh, you're doomed. If it even requires that, there's too many niggas up there. Somebody should have already taken care of this.
Big brother, though, I gotta be very honest with you. If you, Professor Truth Tariq, and so many others from the new black media, we was already doomed. Okay, we have to be honest, within the last 10 to 15 years, it was y'all who actually brought us to light, brought us back to life and everything like that, big brother, because they sunk us so low. I seen it. I saw the beginning of the end of Brooklyn alone back in 2006, 2007. Okay, when we was having chatter on the street about them trying to Manhattanize downtown Brooklyn. Look, here we are today now, and everything like that. Nobody was talking like this. There were just little bits and pieces, but no, big brother, you are it, big brother. And now we do need other Jason Blacks, but there was nobody talking like y'all and everything like that. And then all the other people, the Gil Nobles of the world, Dr. Khalid, a lot of people, they have left and gone, and you had to restart.
Okay, but brother, but here's the thing.
Yes, sir.
You all have more ability now than you've ever had.
Yes, sir.
You can hate them all you want to. You can call them white supremacists all you want to. The millionaires that paid for Charlie Kirk, they made him put in the leg time. They made him put in the yard time. Y'all sitting up there in New York and you can't get, niggas can have debates and have rap freestyle battles. And meanwhile, for this right here, no, we can't get 20 folk in the room. Come on, man. Come
Big
on.
brother.
Come on.
Yes,
this ain't life, man. This
yes,
is
big
not
brother,
life.
big brother, but with all due respect, that stupid dumbass nigga you had, one of the first callers talking, that's exactly why we are not where we should be. It's stupid dumb niggas like that.
No, okay, you know what? Not really.
Okay, yes, sir.
I'm not going to change what Jesus said, but the stupid you will have with you always.
Yes, sir.
That's no excuse, brother. That's not. You're telling me about the presence of dumb. I'm asking where the presence of competent is.
Yes, sir.
I see the dummies. Where's the competent?
That's
okay.
A very good...
Having dummies is no excuse for y'all not having competence, dude. So
yes.
Nothing pops off unless Jason comes booming into town. Man, that's a death sentence for you all. If that's the only way that y'all gonna get right, it's already over. Now, if the newcomers and the white supremacists are more organized than you all and more driven and more motivated, then just understand they're going to inherit the earth. Just understand that. If you all keep making those kind of excuses, please understand they didn't take nothing from you. You gave it up. We're not talking about millions of dollars. We're talking about a conversation. I can't say anything beyond that. Everybody's got an excuse for why they can't get organized and can't move and sitting on their ass and this, that, and the other. I've got about 5 folk I've talked to already and whatnot. They've talked to me about podcasting and setting things up. Usually they don't do anything. Now, there are a few who have. Let me say there are a few who have. And that's good. Hopefully that'll blossom into something else. We'll see how it goes. But what I am saying is that these are conversations that need to be led at the street level in Dallas, at the street level in Atlanta, at the street level in Jacksonville, at the street level in DC, and not from the old media.
Yes, sir.
And if you got folks who can set up TikTok accounts and get 1 million folk, brother, that's only because they're motivated. They are motivated to do that, and the rest of y'all ain't. And that's really what it is. That's really, really what it is. And politicians can see when you ain't motivated.
Yes, sir.
And they want the status quo, which means they're just going to ignore you until you pipe down and disappear. That's their strategy. Well, eventually you'll get over and pipe down and we can get back to business as usual. And until you all demonstrate and show them that, no, this ain't a simple thing. And yeah, we're on the ground. We got all the numbers and stuff. And it goes from there. But that's the part that's missing, brother. That part right there is what's missing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Last words. Thank you for tonight's broadcast. Excellent. And $1 to you and the family. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight. Let me see if we can get Jay up here on Zoom. Yeah, like I said, y'all supposed to have one of me in every city having these conversations. Maybe it's on terrestrial radio. Maybe it's on TV. Maybe it's just online. That would work. If y'all were just online, that would work. New York street talk, whatever. Talking about what the hell is happening to y'all on the ground level where you at. That would work, man. On relationship shows and stuff like that, that's cool. Can we talk about y'all getting gentrified out of Brooklyn? All right, we got Jay here on Zoom. Jay, what's on your mind? Unmute yourself, Jay. Newfangled technology. All right, Jay, we're going to go see if we can find you a 50-year-old sugar mama to kick it with you for. I can't wait here all night for you, brother. Okay, Jay is trying to figure out how this thing here works. All right, Jay, give us a call back next week, brother. See if you can get that figured out, my man. Let's see if we can get back over here and get Digga Dan here on Zoom. See if we can get Dan. Dan might have rolled off for a minute. There you go. All right, Brother Dan, what's on your mind?
What's going on, TBA? What's going on? I got to go and just lay the flowers out to you again, brother. I remember the few broadcasts during the pandemic when I was stuck in the goddamn crib. And you said it 5 years ago on multiple I will say at least 3 podcasts. The Rug Killer, Gen Z with That Broke. I remember you was talking. I forgot the other broadcasts. Forgive me if I ain't 100% accurate, but you definitely said something like 3 to 5 billion. Now the mainstream media, whew, they just now catching up. So now that goes confirm what I've been thinking about the whole time. That man, they not the real source no more. I'm sorry. It just. I just gotta admit, brother, you the GOAT. You the GOAT of our time. I just got to lay it. I just got to lay it out there. I'm gonna give out. I gotta give credit where credit due. And this ain't the only time you didn't call something out in the mainstream media and picked up on it. This one right here, man, I knew you was spot on, but by them finally, the mainstream media already knew this. I guess they don't want to hear from an independent black man. That's the way how I see it.
Well, what it is what I find is that most of these people don't actually know, because they hire people. I mean, these are the people who are allowed on TV. They want somebody who is a known quantity. They've worked with you, or they got the thumbs on the scale and can swish you. You're not a free thinker. You're not going to say anything that makes it seem like the mega corporations are the problem. So basically, they have controlled individuals. They want information from controlled sources. They don't really want information from free-floating sources, because you see, a free-floating source is probably going to say that something is the cause that you don't want people to have a conversation about. That, just like the articles I read, they talked about everything except, damn me, the court system discouraging men to have kids. Every time you see, they talk about everything except that. Oh, well, take a look at who they're not criticizing, and that tells you, oh, they know it. They don't want the conversation to divert off in that direction. They don't want that to occur. And that's why when you go on CNBC and stuff, they talk to people from, quote, the financial industry, but these are their usual roster of people that they call the usual suspects. They're not going to tell you that the problem is bigger than that. They're not going to tell you where it really comes from, because they make money off of that. They don't want that to become the conversation. So telling you that you need $1 million, that gets your attention. But it's still something you get your head around. If they told you how bad the illness really was, you would be panicking. If you start people who panic start taking immediate action. But they don't want you to take immediate action. They want you to sit still. They want you to sit still. Jason, what's the end game? I've told you all a decade ago what the end game was. I saw it in Detroit. Detroit is the end game. Anybody who goes to the city of Detroit today, particularly downtown Detroit, that is the end game. That is the prototype. That's the template right there. I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana, a city with about 180,000 people, depending on which census you're looking at. Detroit's a city supposed to have like 1 million. And yet, when I drove in downtown Detroit at rush hour traffic, it looked like downtown Shreveport. And I said to myself, this is what they want.
Well, I never been.
Well, I've been. And I said to myself, this is exactly what they want. All the skyscrapers, they're making them into condos and luxury housing. They got Greek Town, all these luxury amenities, or at least being made to be luxury amenities. Then they got the riverfront there, the Detroit River. You look across there into Canada. So you got riverfront stuff right there. And but I'm saying those with 1/10 of the traffic and 1/10 of the population. If you're a millionaire, that's the place you want to be. Instead of being in a place where there's a bunch of millionaires, you'll pay 5 times as much to own everything where there's no competition. So this is contrary to what you would think. You would think that if there were fewer people, prices would come down. I told you all, actually, prices are about to skyrocket because the people who can afford to be there will pay 5 times what you would to own everything. A concept that most of you could never even imagine doing. You're not that greedy. You don't think like that, but that's what they're thinking. Now, transfer this over to New York City. I'm telling you right now, if they can cut New York City's population in half, run the rest of you out of the city and the state, buddy, there will be a billionaire's row off of every highway in that city. Not every interstate, but every highway. There would be the FDR, the West Side Highway, the Hudson Parkway. I can go down the list. There would be a billionaire's row on every single one of them. If you can cut that population in half, it would be worth it to them. They would, like Hudson Yards, they would go back into it and knock out all the walls and just do what they've done at the Steinway building, where every floor is your apartment. This would be the playground for the rich on a magnitude that would make Caligula blush. This would be a level of decadence and overspending that would make Solomon check his pockets.
I'm just sitting here as you was talking. I'm just sitting here thinking, is that's what they doing with Hawaii since they wiped all the population out over there?
Yes. Hawaii is a messier version of it. It's messier. Hawaii is more different because it's so far away, but it's a messier version of it. Yes. But they're trying to get it together. It's these major urban centers you really need to look at, because a lot of these people, that's where they want to be. I'm from the South, and I remember decades ago, I met a couple of guys from New York, and they were like, they don't like small cities. They say, I only like big cities. I can't stand being in a small city. And they've acclimated to being in these large places. So Chicago, New York, these guys can't think without being in these megalopolises. That's their element. These megacities are their elements. These metropolises are their element. He wants to look out and see the skyline. He doesn't want to look out and see the ocean. He wants to look out and see where the action is. And let me tell you, I've spent in my favorite place to go. I love high-rise hotels. And I've been in enough of them to see, if you could live like this, hell yeah, you'd pay it. I've been at the Mandarin Oriental overlooking Central Park at night. If you could afford to live there, you would do it. And I'm sitting there looking right across at the Steinway building and those are the skinny scrapers that they built. And I'm like, if you got $100 million to spend, I can't say that this is a bad place to spend it. To have this view all the time, I can't say that's a bad place to spend it. Take a look at Miami and Brickell. I can't say that's a bad way to spend it. Anybody who's been there, if you've been there, the waterside's cool, but that's not what everybody's paying for. So we've kind of become these creatures of these urban environments. And there's a lot of folk, if you got a spare $1 billion laying around, under the couch somewhere, you might have dropped it. And now, we got the Porsche building, the Aston Martin building. Y'all need to understand these buildings after these car companies where you can come bring your damn Lamborghini and your Ferrari because the elevator isn't for people. The elevator is for your car.
That's cold.
We on a whole the Aston Martin building in Miami. They're done with it. Yeah, the elevator is not for the people. The elevator is for your car. The elevator is for your car.
It sounds like something I was seeing in Dubai. Well, I've never been to Dubai. Like, how you scroll through different clips and they have these elevator where you just put your car in and it just go up the elevator. That's sound like that's what it sounds like to me, what they have in Miami. Well, I've never been, so I know you know more about that than I do. Now, so far as Detroit, I heard you say this a couple months ago that Detroit is overpriced when it comes to real estate market. I kind of and how you explained about Detroit, I kind of see why they overpriced it on the real estate market. I think
the problem is it's not overpriced. That's the problem. The problem is you've allowed in billionaires and they have changed the values.
Oh, okay.
Brother, when a billionaire moves into your town, the whole damn city just became a lot more valuable. And you all have just thought that these would be domains in New York and LA and everybody else was safe. Dan Gilbert, come on, man. Quicken Loans, the Little Caesars Pizza people. There's a whole lot of money floating around out there, and everybody's at the turn of the 20th century. Remember, they talk about Fordlandia. Remember, Henry Ford wanted to make his own country down in South America, people. And in Africa, Rhodesia. These are white men who wanted to have their own nation states. They haven't given up on that. They haven't given up on that. Once they reach a certain level, they're like, yeah, why shouldn't I own the city? But no, I didn't say run it. I said own it. Why shouldn't I? I can do a much better job than you all will anyway. And when you realize that they're serious when they say that, yeah, they want to capture your whole city. They sure do. They sure do. And so when the billionaires show up, yeah, that the property you sitting on is a lot more valuable because he's going to do things with it you could never do. Doesn't matter if you want to, you can't do it. So he can do things you just can't. And the city and the state will help him. I explained this to you all before. Remember, your city and your state are corporations in the sense that they are incorporated. Their job is to make as much, their profits are not consumer receipts, their profits are tax revenue. This guy's coming into town with $1 billion. Their job is to get tax revenue as high as they can. He's the short ticket to getting it. He wants to build some mega resort, some casino hotel. Come on, man. It would be malfeasance of your city council not to do it. It would be malfeasance of your city council if they didn't help him do it. So they're going to roll out the red carpet and help him in every which way imaginable because he's going to increase tax revenue, which is what they want. Not for the least of which is, by the way, the more tax revenue comes in, the more they can raise their own salaries, by the way. Never don't worry about that one. Nobody thinks about it in those terms. By the way, the more tax revenue comes in, the more your city council and your county commission can raise their own salaries, by the way. Just in case you're wondering how that worked. So yes, when somebody comes up with a bag of a couple of $1 billion, they're going to throw the doors open for him. And they're going to help him every which way you can. And there is a place for this. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you love high-rise hotels. Okay, you can't build that for $1 million. You need a little bit more. Okay, fine, let's do that. But he can't run everything. Give him his little slice over here. You make that do what it do. But you have to respect that there are other people here. And maybe you'll have some influence, but you can't run everything. Because you're going to run everything in your interest. Okay, but everything that's in your interest is not always in ours. Sometimes it may never be. And that's reality. So the mistake people make is sitting at home and telling themselves the politicians are going to take care of you. And they'll eventually do the right thing. No, they won't. Come down here to Louisiana, I can show you plenty of destitute towns, never had manufacturing, anything else. This is what happens when people get apathetic and let it get run down. Yeah, it'll happen. It sure will. And when the billionaire's going to pack up and leave and go to another green pasture and leave you with the wreckage that's left behind when all the money got sucked out of it. And them politicians who helped them do it, and they're going to bounce too. Take a look at Detroit. Take a look at on the other side of Grosse Pointe. You go to Grosse Pointe, then you go the other direction. This is what happens when you don't keep that in check. They will sit up here and suck everything dry, and when they're done, they leave. General Motors, when things were going great, everybody eating good. When they decide to bounce, everybody goes broke except them. And they just moved on, and Here, you get to go sit with your bombed out neighborhood. Which they're going to come back and say that it was your fault.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah, it's your fault. Well, I had a job at the plant before they, closed the whole plant. Oh well, sucks to be you. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Yeah, they took those too, and they took the plant, actually. Yeah, when they left with the plant, they left with my bootstraps too. Can you go tell them to send them back? Yeah, Flint, Michigan, Dearborn, a bunch of these places that we're saying that they're getting back on their feet. But yeah, that's because the billionaires have shown up. But yeah, that comes with a price. And for you millennials and Gen Z, the price will be that at best you're going to work for them. They'll own all the assets, they'll control the money, and you'll work for them. But you can't be near them. Yeah, that's the other thing. We don't want you riffraff so close to us. You get in the way of the view. So remember that clogging up my new downtown I told you about? Yeah, we don't want you clogging up downtown either. So we need you all to go live way out there on the west side. You go out there, on the west side where the sun sets. You go to every city in America where the black folk at, south side or west side. Did you all ever put together, by the way, which side does the sun set on? Oh, the west. So they push us where the sun, that's literally pushing you to follow where the sun is, the daylight. Wherever daylight hits last, that's where you're going to be. Where daylight hits first, that's for us. Whatever's left over, that's you.
Yeah, because I will tell you this. They definitely try to push, they definitely gentrified the whole west side. I can tell you that. And I'm from the Austin area. They already, that's one of the number, I think that's the second highest one when it comes to real estate market.
Yeah, but brother, that's the same. Where black folk are concerned, that's the same everywhere. Dallas is the west and south side. Houston is the west and south side. Atlanta, west and south side. Chicago, we already know that one. But that I'm just telling y'all, geographically, when these cities and stuff, if you take a look at it as a geographic, shape, yeah, they're going to take the middle, and then usually the north, you're going to try to block that off. So they're going to try to push you down and out. So down, south, out, west, following the sun. When you think about it for a few moments, as a geographical shape, a geometric shape, that actually makes sense. If they're going to take the middle of it, if they're going to be in the center of whatever the shape of your city is, and they start expanding, by definition, usually it's going to be south and west side, and you all kind of get shoved over there. In warfare, you would want to have the high ground. What's the high ground? North. Yikes. In warfare, you want to have the high ground. What's the high ground? North. Jason, what about the east? Well, there are going to be a few cities you might see that kind of thing happen, but remember, our population in the U.S. has gone from the east to the west. Population median is Memphis, Tennessee. Half the U.S. population is on the East Coast, actually. Is on the eastern side of the country. Or should I say the eastern third of the country. So by definition, in most of these cities, the population is going to be coming from the east. Well, you see, if I'm going to keep pushing you, then by definition, you won't be allowed to stay in the east now, will you? So if we're coming into your city from the east, I don't care how much you want to be on the east side of it. By definition, we're going to keep pushing you. So you're going to end up on the west side as far as we could get you without pushing you out of the city altogether. Although we're working on that one too. So you see how that works as a geometric shape? We're going to make the center of it our stronghold. We've already taken the east. And of course, the high ground is the north. So west and south is the only thing left. And we're going to shove you all off in as small a box in those areas as we can. And you see this everywhere. So this is not just Chicago, brother. This is not just Chicago. Go take a look at a map of wherever, quote unquote, we are in America, and you will see the same thing. In Texas, in Georgia, in Florida, you'll see the same thing. Yours is just the most famous. It's far from the only one. Yeah, everybody who's listening to me right now is now comparing notes with each other and saying, I never thought of it that way before. But yeah, our people are on the west side and the south side, no matter where you are.
Yeah, I sure didn't. That's what I'm sitting here thinking about it. Yeah. That's what I'm sitting here thinking about. As you talking, I'm like, yeah, and
just like I told you all, it's no accident that they've closed all the auto plants in the black cities, but they're still operating in the white ones. It's not an accident. This is by design. It is not an accident. This is engineered by design. You didn't just wake up one day with a plant, all these car plants in 80% white towns and suburbs. You didn't just wake up one day like that. That was planned. You know how much planning you have to do to make an auto plant? Okay, including its location. There, but I thought you all put all the freeways through the black neighborhoods because we had the cheapest land. And yet, when it comes to building auto plants, they don't want your land. By the way, aren't we the poorer workforce? Wouldn't there be more of us? Yeah, we don't want that either. Really? Well, what do you want? Damn it, you can see what we want. We'll still keep some jobs back here for white men. We need to keep them placated because you know they like to shoot people. So we gotta make sure we keep that tamp down. And don't want any more CEOs getting clipped. Like Luigi Mangione did, old boy. We don't need a bunch of that. See, black folk will come demonstrate. White men are like, yeah, man, damn demonstrating. I'm going to demonstrate with this 12 gauge. I'm going to demonstrate with this AR-15. That's my demonstration. You want me to demonstrate something for you? So that's where they go. So you better keep them somewhat placated because it's going to pop off. When they get doing stuff, they get doing it all the way. So you keep them, and you'll let them in because they're fellow white men. And it's like, oh, hell, he flipped out. They get a whole room full of white folk. They figure, everybody going to be cool till somebody ain't. So when you show up, everybody looking at you. Meanwhile, Tyler Robinson is over here loading up his gun. So it's while they got Dan hemmed up, and Tyler is over there putting the whole damn gun together. So they don't want to have to change that. So these things are not accidental. They are engineered. They've been engineered for years. That's the game plan they have now. And the worst thing we could have is stupid conversations that don't actually acknowledge any of this. That's the good news. The bad news is I'm the only person who's even made those connections. I'm the only one who's made those connections. Everybody else y'all talk to been there for decades and nobody's made this connection.
Yeah, that's why you are the source, the main source that the mainstream media pick up on. Even though the mainstream media they don't steal exactly what you say or how to say it. I don't think they know how to package it right, but yeah, I see way more clearly now. Like,
well, it gives you something to think about. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. In the chat room, Aaron, here's the thing that y'all need to understand is that they do that with these industries until the industries have matured. Once the industries are matured, you're not needed anymore. So you see, when the industry is first starting, they need all hands on deck. They need all bodies on deck. But remember, the American automotive industry has been around for a century now. So once the industries got mature, they could now start making luxury decisions. So they no longer operated where they had to. They now operate where they want to. So now that you and your labor and your forefathers have primed the pump, well, now it's time to go ahead and rape the resources and rape the profits out of it. That's what it's time to do now. So, yeah, you had car plants all over the place. Well, that was where they were needed. Now that the industries are mature, now they can cut those off and start putting it where they want to. And what do you know? All of a sudden, it's never near you. Now that they have their druthers. Take a look at that Intel plant they're building out there in Arizona. That's stupid as hell to build it out there. But guess what? They're as far away from a black population as they can be without being in the middle of the ocean. You want to guarantee that you won't have any black employees? Put it in the middle of a desert. Think about that for a few moments. Yeah, you want to make sure you don't have any black employees? Put it in the middle of, put your plant in the middle of a desert. Nothing guarantees you will not have black employees like that will. Still think it's a coincidence, still think it's accidental. All they got working at that place are whites and Asians. That's it. The only people working there are whites and Asians. Now they took your tax dollars built that foundry. Your tax dollars built that semiconductor foundry. Yeah, your tax dollars can build it, but it's only going to be white men and Asians making anything off of it. These are not accidents. Not accidents. You want to know why it is that you getting the American dream has skyrocketed in price? Because they are whittling down the number of people who they allow to really have easy access to it. Everybody else got to scrape and scrap and struggle. Here, let me hold your head up underwater. I want to say something else here before I leave tonight. When I talk about my programs, when I talk about these things, when I talk about you all and relationships, when I talk about how those things work and what motivates you, I do this for a reason. You've got formidable challenges in front of you. And in order to confront those challenges, you're going to need to have the proper preparation. But you also have to have the right strategy. Now, you might be a real dynamo and able to do it yourself, but let me tell you, it's a hell of a whole lot better if you have some help with you. If you're just one person, it's very easy to knock you off. If you got a group of people and some backup, it's a lot harder. And if you do get knocked down, you can get back up easier. If you have a bunch of hard-headed females who are socially, economically, and personally suicidal, you are not an asset to the people, ma'am. You are a gross liability. We have a bunch of females today who have made it their job to go around and find the dumbest male that they can. They want the biggest dummy they can be with because she is emotionally retarded or deficient, and she would much rather have a male who she can treat as a pet than one who will demand leadership. So the females go looking for the biggest dummy they can so they can go have the most control that they can. Then they'll come back and tell you later, after that's gone feet up in the air, that the problem is the men only want white women. Instead of you demonstrating that you are his best option. You see, if the situation becomes you're only the best option when Travis Kelce shows up. See, the issue becomes if you're only the best option when Zaddy shows up. This is a sickness and a problem. This is a sickness and a disease. When you are perfectly willing and capable to work together, but when zaddies show up, all of a sudden you just want to know what he wants done and you going to show him when we can get that done lickety split. I'm not talking about you do that for every man who shows up. The real thing is that we got a bunch of females. You ain't with a dummy. We have a lot of females out here who resent a man who knows what he's doing. Only if he's black. Now, if he's white, does he know what he's doing? Might know what he's doing. I don't give a damn. Okay. That's a formula for disaster. And I know what you're thinking. Let me be very, very clear. For the females, that's why I keep banging on these things to let the fellas know. Fellas, you can't strategize if you don't have reliable information. You're telling the females that they're going to buy a dog and die alone. And she's telling herself, nope, there is some old bastard who used to work at the water plant. There's some old retired military dude who works at the armory or used to work at the armory. There's some old retired government employee or some fella retired from the plant. And I'm going to just snuggle up with him, and what's love got to do with it? And I'll just hold my nose. And I need the fellas to understand what the real issues are and what the women are really thinking and not telling you. Yes, it will be non-glamorous. It'll be embarrassing. Yes, you should have taken better, smarter options, but do you realize where you're dealing with? And you can listen to moron idiots call up and tell you that your presentation doesn't matter. I was not dissing on old boy about his equinox. I'm talking about the one who was in the chat. He was the one who volunteered that information. I didn't ask about it. He was the one who volunteered that. All I did was just illuminate that might impress your wife. That's great. That's wonderful. It doesn't impress 99% of the female population. 99% of the female population sees that as an indicator that you still working on getting things together. So if that has been sufficient for true love with you and your wife, that's great. That's grand. That's wonderful. Let's not lie to everyone else and say, don't worry, this will work for you. The caliber of female they're looking for may be different. And if the math holds, for most cases, it will be. So I need you fellas to be aware of what you're really dealing with, what's really expected, and what you can realistically expect. And then act on that. But the same goes for the females, because here's the issue, brothers and sisters from around the world, we all we got. Our ability to work together and collaborate together is going to determine survival. When you don't have money in numbers, you need money in manpower, money in organization. If you don't have all the money, you need to have numbers. And an unwillingness or inability to work together and cooperate, you might as well just surrender and let the man come get you now. But it is more imperative than today than any other time in history that you be able to work together. Fellas, you need to be on your grind, on your mission, showing results. And then you have a female who respects that and understands that and is on the same page and is not a disciplinary problem. That's where you're looking to be, and let's ride. And to the ladies, you can sit up here and tell yourself you're going to throw this buzzer beater when you're 45 or 55 years old. You can tell yourself that. I mean, for a few of you, it might work. I mean, it'll be nasty and raggedy, but a bunch of you are just living on whorehouse time. Okay. But even you know the numbers of males offering a deal like that are low or dwindling, because by definition they have to. We don't have fellows retired from the plant like that anymore. Dudes ain't trying to join the military like that. You don't have a bunch of the pinch and pimp game is for baby boomers. Baby boomers and some Gen Xers. That's the pinch and pimp game. But for the fellows you're looking for, there's not growing numbers of that. So as a female, your ability to cooperate with the program, first of all, to have a fellow who actually knows what he's doing, not he's cute, not he talks cute. He actually can show you results at a micro level. He is progressing. His bank account is getting bigger. He's got consistency. Every day he gets up, rinse and repeat, he's back on it again. That's what you're looking for. Just like if it were a stock or a business, you're looking for a business where, yeah, they might be in a small cafe today, but the service is good, the food is good, the place is clean. It's not the most expensive, fancy thing you ever saw, but all the pieces are in place, and every day you show up, they're there before you. Yeah, that's how you evaluate a business. Well, that's how you evaluate a man. That's how you evaluate a business. Well, that's the same way you evaluate a man. Yeah, he might not be the biggest corporation, but is he consistent? He knows what he's talking about. The product is good. Whenever you come back, he's not giving you excuses about why he ain't working. He's not sitting there in front of his Xbox. You've never seen him do that. He is just always he told you what he's trying to do, and that's what his time and his energies are focused into without you being involved, without you being involved, without you being involved.
Deal with it.
That this is just who he is. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for that. You're looking for that. And when you see that all the tools are in place and he's demonstrating that he ain't Mr. Talk about it, he's Mr. Be about it, that's where you want to be. And your job is treat him like he's that white man. It's your job. Treat him like he's that white dude that you know you was laying up with and you just hoping he never finds out about. Damn! Treat him like that. Treat him like he's that white dude that you know you was sneaking around with in college and you was hoping he would pick you up and it never did happen. And you just hope to God that nobody ever figures out you was with him now because you over here you around here with Negroes today because that's where you ended up at because Zaddyville didn't work out for you. Yeah, treat him like that. Treat him like that right there. Yeah, the same thing you were doing for Zaddy that you hope was going to work out and whatnot, and you were just heart and soul into it and just giving up anything. Okay, Hail Mary. Okay, yeah, give him that. Give him that. Or don't. Well, people, these are deadly diabolical numbers in case nobody told you. These are deadly diabolical numbers. I wish I could tell you that these numbers will come down, but that would be a lie. This is the new normal. It's not right. It's not fair. It's not preferable. And it's not going to change. What you see on your screen right here, this is the new normal. It might sound impossible. It might sound unreal. It might sound unrealistic. Well, welcome to America 2025. What it will take for you to be considered competitive is changing by the year. The number isn't going up every decade anymore. It's changing by the year. You do understand that this is just the changes that just happened in the last 2 years. Can you imagine what these numbers will be by 2028, 2030? Just another 3 years, much less another 5. Can you imagine what this number would be like by then? Yeah, I know you don't even want to think about that one. If this is what could happen in the last 2 years, imagine what can happen in the next 3 or the next 5. You think the female is looking for a fellow who's bringing her crypto babble? You think that's what they're going to be looking for? Okay. And a word of warning to the ladies. Ladies, please understand something. No man works to be $250,000, $500,000, $1 million man and doesn't want exactly what he wants. Baby, when we reach that level, we are all the same. When men reach that level, we are all the same. We might have some political differences, but as far as what we expect when we get to that level, oh no, baby, it doesn't matter who you run into. They all want the same thing. And they all want it their way. No man works that hard to get to that level and doesn't have it like that. And what you find is when a nigga is young and broke and struggling, he might move from Connecticut to go to California to get your bummy ass pregnant. But once he really get his chips up, baby, he leaving you becomes easy because it's too hard. What he does is too hard and too difficult. Dropping you is easy. You become a problem, dropping you is easy. You know why? Because there's a line of females behind you who can't wait to bust you over the head to get that key fob. There's a line of females behind you willing to outcompete you on every level. Some of them are single. Some of them are not. What? Some of them are in their 20s. Some of them are in their 50s. Some of them are college educated. Some of them ain't got a GED. But there's one thing all of them have, the desire to be there. Now that's the difference. And let me tell you something else a little more devastating here, by the way, because I've talked about this before. I've talked about this before with the men. But I'd like to remind you all about something with the women. You see, men lie to other men. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this tonight, but if you all have stuck with me for the last 4.5 hours, might as well go ahead and sprinkle you a little bit here with the dark arts of it. Got the cauldron going. Might as well sprinkle you a little bit with the dark arts. You see, men lie to other men about what they're willing to accept sexually. Men lie. They lie all the time. This is why women are not afraid, because they know that all that buy a dog and die alone talk is really just idle threats, because they know that the men are not actually gonna do that. Now, some of you will. Some of you, but they know that the majority don't have options, and that when they're actually in the company of a female, when he actually does get to feel how she feels next to him, and you know how it is, human beings radiate heat. So if he's close enough to her, he can feel the heat radiating off of her, and all of a sudden that stuff he told his fellas when he was in the group with them, all that changed. All of it changed when he was alone with that chick over there. And this is what females see every day. They know what they say, what the dudes say in front of us, but she like, yeah, that wasn't what he was saying back behind the corner with me. When me and him were alone, he wasn't talking like that. Whether it's your coworker or your brother or your students in school with you, and he wasn't talking like that when he was alone with that broad. So all the rest of you fellas expecting that there'll be solidarity, and the females know, man, look here, the solidarity gonna break down for some of them. Well, guess what? It also works that way for the females. The females will sit around and tell all of you what they won't do and what won't happen and what they're never going to do for and never going to settle for and all this old garbage right here. And then the man put the Maybach key fob in her hand. Then the man let that American Express Platinum shine one time. Then the fella stood up here and talk about where he going and he's not taking her. And she's like, I'll be damned. Can I be a third wheel? All of the females know full well that's where the female solidarity breaks down. The females lie to each other. They lie on social media, tell you about what they wouldn't respect and wouldn't do. Let me tell y'all right now, I got 3 chicks right now I can name. I ain't gonna put them out there like that. I got 3 chicks now I could name, and I'm like, that dude they with. I'm not gonna get too specific. I'll just say some of them are married and some of them are trying to get married, and I'm like, dude, if you knew what the hell that broad was saying to me before she talked to you. Then again, you might just pull a Russell Wilson and just keep going. Who knows? But I'm far from the only one. I'm not talking like I'm some great special thing. There's a bunch of you guys in here right now. Y'all done watch fellas walk down the aisle with a chick who was in your DM 6 months ago. Y'all watching chicks walk down the aisle with a chick who was, y'all watching dudes walk down the aisle with a chick who was in your DM 6 months ago, 8 months ago. It's like, dude, it hasn't even been one full calendar year. It hasn't been a full calendar year, and there you are? Really? Really? Okay. Why do you think that is? Some of you might be broke and you're just available, but that's not ideally how that's going to happen. You can get some of the cast off bummy ones, but I'm just telling you right now, there's a whole bunch of fellas out here who get it. There's a whole bunch of fellas out here who get it. And they ain't trying to sell you no dreams. He's selling you productivity. So women lie to each other about how much productivity is worth. They lie to each other and say that. The truth of the matter is that every woman is trying to figure out how to have a 1%er lifestyle with zero effort on her part. Not little effort, zero. So she can just spend her time doing whatever she wants to. And I got a man to handle the heavy lifting. And they lie to each other about how important that is and what they'll do for that. They sit there and lie. Here's the difference, ladies. The men know better. The men know better. So, holding yourself out there for too long, squandering opportunities, it might seem like a good idea at the beginning. I assure you, it's not. And as time goes on, you all are going to find it to be incredibly difficult. What's going to happen is that the millennials and Gen Z will be the highest debtors that we've ever seen. You all are going to be in debt up to your eyeballs for school, for housing, for cars, for vacations. Most of you will just end up in debt up to your eyeballs so you can go post a few pictures on Instagram. And that's really what's going to happen. For the rest of you, maybe you'll take some notes from tonight's program and do it a little differently. Maybe you will. Then again, maybe you won't. That's an option for you too. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Young Investor. I appreciate that here, brother. To Orlando, Mogul Maze. Who is that? Yeah, Orlando. We thought we ran her off. She said, "You ain't running me nowhere." Ripside, E.L. Smith. Thank you all very much for your support here tonight. Orlando wanted to get back in, and she is triggered about that equinox. Orlando said no. She wanted everybody to know she is not here for the equinox. And Orlando came back to leave another comment in the super chat about that equinox. She said, "By the way, did I mention I ain't going for the equinox?" And yes, baby, you said about 2 times now. I just want to get back in here just in case you missed it the first couple times, and I ain't gonna have it. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you at all. I want to thank all of you for tuning in tonight's program live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.